As summer heats up, so does the action here at Clash Royale League as we get closer and closer to putting together our list of world finalists here in 2025. And we're going to do some of that today in this competition as we have a golden ticket on the line, silver ticket on the line, points for world final standings, and a whole lot of fun. Hello and welcome. I'm Rich Slate, and that's my buddy Joshua A.C. Sharon here to call the action for this golden ticket event. And Josh, yesterday we saw some certain fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We saw some of our favorites move along. We saw some of our favorites get knocked out immediately. One guy that I was so excited about was Ruben. He's been incredible for the last 6 years, and then he just got knocked out immediately, sweep after sweep. So I'm hoping we're going to see some more incredible matches. And look, I mean, it's CRL. Of course we're going to see some more incredible matches.
Well, whether you're seeing incredible matches or whether you're seeing your favorite player move forward or not, either way, you will be getting some awesome rewards today. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to have special drops available to you who are watching. And take a look right now. Throughout the day, 90 minutes in, 180 minutes in, even further along, drops you can only get exclusively here during this broadcast. So make sure you're keeping your eyes on what's happening throughout this competition, and we'll give you more information on that as the day goes on. And as our competition goes on, of course, Josh, we have the competition format. Walk us through it.
Absolutely. The format, it's going to be very similar to years prior. We have the Path of Legends, top 1,000 players. At the end of the season, will qualify for the event qualifiers. I almost got to top 10,000 last season. These guys are so talented, I'm telling you. Then we have a 9-round Swiss stage. Top 32 advanced to the group stage. It got split into 4 groups. Those 4 groups battled it out to make it to the top 12. We saw 12 yesterday. It's now down to 8. Winner receiving a golden ticket. Runner-up receiving a silver ticket.
And the 12-player format mimicking what we're going to be doing throughout this year. Really excited about it. Those top 4 players from the group stage end up getting the first round bye, and they go on and fight against the other 8. We are down to our final 8. Of course, our winner gets a golden ticket straight to Clash Royale League World Finals. Runner-up gets a silver ticket, which is a direct invite to our last chance qualifier later this year. And Josh, they aren't just playing for points. Today, they're also playing for cash.
Woohoo! Absolutely. We saw 9th through 12th land $1,000, but this is where the big money comes in. 7th through 8th, 2,000. 5th through 6th, 3,000. 4th walking away with 5,000. 3rd, 7. 2nd, $9,000. And yes, you get the golden ticket. Yes, you get to go to the World Finals. But yes, you also walk away with $15,000 if you win today.
It's going to be a fun one throughout. And, of course, they are going with the big cash, but we mentioned before the points towards getting into the CRL leaderboards. You qualify for World Finals 3 different ways. You can either win a golden ticket, you can either qualify at the LCQ, or, of course, through accumulating points throughout our season leaderboard. And here's that distribution. Yes, the top seed will get those 100 points. They already have their ticket punched to World Finals, but the rest of those points are critically important. And, of course, we also have our seeding for World Finals to keep an eye on throughout this as well. So a lot on the line today, Josh. This is our second golden ticket event of the season, and I know I'm pretty excited to get to the action here fairly soon. Although we have a couple more things to show you before we get into our gameplay with both best of 3s and best of 5s today. How do we get to this part? Well, we began in the group stage. Our multiple groups of 8 and those top 3 making it through to the next round. You can see our guys who were able to get that first round bye in Ruben, Ardan, Mohamed and Oelon. But as we also saw yesterday, Josh, that first round bye did not always result in being first in this competition.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and a lot of it speaks to just how difficult some of those groups are. If we take a look at Group A and Group B, I mean, I really do believe if you were to win that, you should deserve a second round bye as well. Those were difficult, very difficult. And yeah, I mean, we saw it with Ruben. He was able to finish first, and then it just didn't matter. It's almost like he was given too much confidence, maybe. That's definitely something that has to run through your mind.
And seeing some of the people who have had a great day in day number 1. We had a matchup for Mohamed Light and Mugi. Mugi still alive. Will be facing Ardan later today. Sandbox and Oelon down in that lower bracket, surviving their initial elimination matches, but all eyes on that upper bracket where we have, in this one, by the way, all 8 of our players, Josh, are former world finalists, whether they did it in teams format or in solo format. Everyone here has played on the big stage, and I know I'm watching very carefully when we get into those upper bracket semifinals where one of last year's breakout stars, Sub, takes on his countryman and multiple-time world finalist in Lucas, and then the 2-time Mohamed Light will go up against one of the classic old-school players from Five Gaming in Katon.
Yeah, I cannot wait for this all. Mohamed Light, we all know how talented he is. I mean, you could just list a big number, and that's probably the number that he's won the monthly finals. I think it's 10. It could be 13. It could be 25. I think this is like the first year that he's not just already storming out to a huge lead on the points leaderboard because Ian was up there. And look, I mean, today is going to be a beautiful day. It's so nice to be able to commentate on a championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's absolutely the best. This is what we're all here for. And, of course, those of you watching at home, make sure if you haven't already, like and subscribe to this channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss any of the rest of our Clash Royale League action all the way from here into World Finals. And stay tuned throughout this broadcast. As we mentioned, top of the show, special drops right here throughout our day, a chance for you to get in-game rewards for being a part of Clash Royale League. And 2 players who want to stay a part of Clash Royale League today, Josh, our opening matchup between Sandbox and Oelon.
Yeah, absolutely. Sandbox, he's just one of my favorite players of all time. The way he plays RG, the way he controls the map, I think he is absolutely so brilliant, and I love seeing him just in person. His fits are incredible, and there you go, just swagged out right now, and he's got GOAT on his sleeve. Is that of another player or of himself? We're going to find out today.
Well, we know Sandbox is always a gamer, someone who's been in the mix consistently, and you know he's someone who actually, if you talk to him, who kind of vacillates between an unbelievable level of confidence and those moments of indecision, those moments of maybe feeling like we all have it, imposter syndrome here on those days. The question is, which version of Sandbox shows up today? Is it that one who believes he has the ability to be the best, or is that one who has those little bits of doubts? And across from him, Oelon, you know, you talk about the fan base behind Oelon. You know, it's the same people who are always in the chat saying, hey, is Siak playing today? Oelon's one of those guys who's made the World Finals stage, and you have to believe that the fans behind him really, really are looking for him to capitalize on these opportunities today.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw him yesterday pull out this Tesla drill Goblin Demolisher deck, and he had so much success with that. I don't really like to advocate for repeating decks, but the way he played it, I really wouldn't mind seeing that. And Sandbox already it's like he heard me, and he wants to just make me happy, and that's exactly what he's doing, pulling out the RG in game number 1.
Quick connection to start things off with the Royal Giant, as he gets a little work on the right-hand side. First minute away, 27.45 to 29.94 damage courtesy of Sandbox. You know, Josh, you were talking about the skill of Sandbox with Royal Giant. As we see Oelon go lava, as we've seen him go many times before, what is it about Sandbox's Royal Giant play style that leads to his success?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is just, it's the same thing with Ruben. They have such an intense understanding of the macro and how you're supposed to play every situation. When other players are going to struggle to figure out, oh, do I pop the monk right here? Do I wait 3 seconds? Sandbox has it drilled into his head. Okay, when the hunter is on this exact tile, I need to make sure that the monk is protecting it so that way he can't get value with this spell. There are just so many little interactions, and it's very clear that he's dedicated to his craft when he plays the RG.
And, you know, Josh, you and I were talking about this of how much will we see Clash Royale's newest card in the game today. And, you know, you expressed a little skepticism after seeing it yesterday, but here we are coming out in the Lava deck for Oelon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very fun card. Do not get me wrong. I absolutely do love that card. But we're seeing right here, it just feels like he doesn't really have the correct DPS. Oelon struggling a lot. That is an Evo RG on top of the tower. It's going to get at least another shot. It absolutely does. Is he going to put the lava in front? No, we're going to see a reset and the lava going in on the left lane. But Sandbox, I feel like he might... This just feels like another RG opportunity. Instead, he's going to elect to go Hunter and then Monk in front, trying to protect it.
Final 30 seconds and a little bit less in the quarter. And we see some of that Evo Hunter getting into its work. Lava Hound getting in pretty deep as the curse doesn't quite clear off the Hunter. And that is a couple of elixirs spent that did not do its job whatsoever. RG should turn. Does it get one shot? No, the Evo Valk does just enough to defend, and we will get some sudden death overtime out of Oelon and Sandbox.
Oelon trying to create pressure going in with the miner. I mean, this plus the Goblin spell, it's going to be able to do a little bit of work, but we're just going to see a beautiful Monk activation. Defends everything beautifully. He's only taking 500 damage on the left, 300 damage on the right, and now we have another Monk in tow, not going to be able to pop the ability. But Oelon, I mean, the Goblin Hut, I don't love that placement. I think it's going to be too easy for him to get spell value, and we see that just needs to cycle to a fireball, and we're going to see game one go to Sandbox.
Monk will hold, Fishboy will go out and work on the miner, and as you said, Sandbox just a little cycle away. Oelon knows it's already over. GG, well played. Game one for Sandbox, barely broke a sweat.
Yeah, and I really think had Oelon gone with my idea, maybe the Tesla drill plus Goblin Demolisher, that might have been able to fare well. But the thing is, Sandbox is just so good, so dedicated, that it's hard to bet against Sandbox when he's running RG.
Great job out of Sandbox here. And, you know, we saw maybe one decent defense able to kind of stop the bleeding, but it also felt like Oelon was never able to put together anything that mounted to a real push, right? We never saw the Lava Hound and the Miner working in tandem. We never saw anything kind of getting behind the Lava Hound. Was this just going to be a rough going for Oelon all the way out, or was there something else he could have done to make this a more competitive game one?
You know, I think he tried a lot of different things. He tried pairing the Goblin spell. He tried getting the Miner all the way in the back to make sure that the Hunter is targeted where only some of the bullets are even hitting it. I think he did everything that he possibly could. It's very difficult to get through a Hunter deck when you don't have a big spell and you don't have any pressure. He didn't have the Loon. The Spirit Empress is just a little bit too much elixir when you're trying to use those control lava styles. So I really do want to chalk it up as a matchup problem rather than any sort of gameplay problem.
Well, speaking of spells, you mentioned no big spells. The two in the deck for Oelon in game number one, the Evo Lightning and the Goblin Curse. Fireball and Log, more traditional look outside of Sandbox. And, you know, we are only in a best of three. Of course, best of fives coming later today, but certainly does preserve options. With the Zap out and with the Goblin Curse gone, which, as I mentioned before, not a ton of other places that you are concerned about. When we look at the Log and Fireball, anything that's in Oelon's deck pool that you think suddenly opens up, and there we go, we see opening up with Skellies.
Yeah, he does have the Drill, and he does have the Mortar. He plays both of those beautifully, so I wouldn't mind seeing either of those. Instead, electing to maybe go Bridge Spam, we're still going to have to see a few more cards out of him, and it could honestly be RG. And he might have just kind of taken the concept of Sandbox's game number one and used it himself for game number two.
Barb Peril, Royal Ghost, very quick cycle. And there we go, fast cycle RG for Oelon. And You know, Josh, we've both been in this league for a long time in our various ways, and it's interesting to see the evolution of Royal Giant, especially when you actually add in the evolution to it, where the EVA or all the Royal Giant decks were so heavy, so thick with 3 and 4 elixir cards in the order versions, right? RG Lightning, whether Lumberjack or Guards, Baby Dragon, right? A very thick version of Royal Giant versus now the Royal Giant decks tend to be faster like this one.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely just the evolution of the skill of the players inside Clash Royale. Before, we didn't really know how to build proper decks, so we're seeing, you know, Inferno Tower or something on defense when really they should be using the cannon and then cycling properly. A lot of it is just players are so skilled right now, they want to make as many decisions as possible to allow themselves to outplay. And we used to not see that. It used to, you know, we tried to build as heavy a deck as possible so that way we don't have to make 14 decisions throughout an entire game. It used to be a lot easier.
Well, luckily for you, you're in the commentator booth now. So a little bit different job. Bar Barrel goes out. Will Evo Royal Giant get a shot? And it doesn't. So a little damage on the left-hand side as we get into double elixir time. Done earlier by Oelon, but Sandbox holding. Now when you're looking at the counters for Oelon between the Skellies, the Bar Barrel, the Ghost, and the Hunter, it feels like he does have a lot of options to control the drill, especially given that this is a regular drill, not Evo.
Yeah, he absolutely has a ton of options, and I mean, really, Sandbox is looking to get, you know, 2, maybe even 1. He's trying to get 2 good offensive pushes, and then the rest of his damage is just going to be poison. He's going to wait till Oelon gets something out of cycle. We see a beautiful Evo snowball, but even as beautiful as it is, it's still only getting 200 chip damage worth of HP. So it's going to be a very long, arduous game that we're going to see right here, but you know, it's still anybody's match so far.
And we did see the Demolisher make the connection on the right-hand side, so Sandbox with the lead as we go into sudden death overtime. 21-73 to 20-38. Not enough elixir for Lightning on Oelon's side. And able to hold is Sandbox as we go into the final 90.
Yeah, another beautiful defense right there, and it's so interesting to see how he's defending it. Usually we see the quickest cycle possible, so we see the skeletons, but instead with the goblins on defense against these, even these Evo RGs, he's still defending them very nicely. It's an interesting interaction that we don't get to see where you're placing these small, weak troops on top of the Evo RG, and they're still getting their value.
17-18. Sandbox continues to chip away, looking to try to make this a quick one to open up our contest today. And continues as the Poisons get good value on both the Ghost, the Hunter, and the Tower. Triple spell, you know, I didn't call it out earlier, Josh, and the triple spell here was a little bit interesting, and it is working out wonderfully for Sandbox.
Yeah, and finally Oelon, now that we're hitting triple elixir, he's able to cycle his RGs, he's able to put some sort of offensive pressure on top of him, but Sandbox, I mean, he's got the drill, he's got the Tesla, he's got every answer that you could possibly have, and this is just too tough for Oelon. He's now going to be able to spell cycle, and I think we're going to see sweep.
Yeah, and you just saw a big breath out of Oelon as he knows the lay of the land now. Does not get the RG shot, the Tesla there, just in time. And Sandbox going to kick off our day with a clean 2-0 and a really, really stalwart performance at the end to prevent the Royal Giants from connecting in triple elixir. And we also go ahead and get a pretty fun Prince celebration, one that's become almost a meme now.
That's right, and yeah, I mean, it was just absolute perfection coming in from Sandbox. It's so nice to be able to just look over an entire set, and this really goes to both players, but there weren't any huge mistakes. Like, Sandbox would have the Evo snowball and cycle, but then Oelon was able to quickly protect with Skellies on top, with the Hunter, with just any sort of response. It was just kind of, I mean, it's just one of those things where you have a 60-40 matchup, you play the same level of skill as your opponent, and you kind of just win because of that. Sandbox just had two solid enough matchups, and he played them to near perfection.
And a couple of things we saw out of Sandbox that I really liked, especially playing in this Royal Giant matchup, the alternating of drill between offense and defense. And of course, you have to have the freedom to be able to play drill on defense and not need to be playing catch up on your damage to make that happen. Got enough of a gap to be able to use that drill. We saw it, especially there at the end, to shut down some of those final Royal Giant pushes and have not one, sometimes even getting close to 3 buildings on the board with the cycle at once. But then the other one, too, that is a little underrated, I think, and you think about the Snowball, and it's having no knockback ability against a troop like the Royal Giant. We saw the use of the Snowball just to slow down the RG in a couple of situations, and that is just good awareness, not panicking out of a veteran player like Sandbox, who now is going to be moving on in the lower bracket. Oelon eliminated in the top 8. We'll get some cash, we'll get some points, but we'll not get a shot at a golden ticket or at a silver ticket today, gone in 8th place or tied for 7th, depending on how you want to put it. And Sandbox will be moving on and awaiting someone to drop down from those semifinals, and no matter who he gets, it's going to be a tough out. But Sandbox now one step closer to a great lower bracket run. And Josh, coming up next, we're going to have Ardan and Mugi. So we go from one of our favorite veterans to, a long time. It's weird now to think about it. Mugi, a 2-time world champion. I still kind of, in my mind, since he made his debut late in the Teams era, think of him as a later era player. And then Ardan, who is now a multiple-time world champion, who, I guess maybe for you, Josh, you can speak to this, but in some ways also feels like a newer player, even though he is now a seasoned veteran as well.
Yeah, Ardan, though, that's the guy where he can feel kind of like a younger player. And we saw it yesterday, and Rich and Andrew and Juicy were talking about it a lot, where we didn't really see that his emotions were in check. You could see the visceral. I'm not even going to try that. Yeah, okay, there you go. Reactions on his face, and it's just we want to see a calm, collected manner of play, and we didn't see that whatsoever. This is why we kind of think of him that way, because we really haven't seen him just take the L and then move on to the next game. How do I reset? How do I focus myself so that way I'm ready for game number 2, ready for game number 3? Yesterday, we saw him lose early, and then even when he was getting wins, he wasn't even happy. He wasn't content with his gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, be able to leave that stress at the door is certainly important. We'll see if Ardan can do that today. Of course, when we talk about Ardan, I think one of the big shifts we have to think about is the change in his ability to play under pressure, right? That was the biggest knock on him back in the 2022 World Finals, and through the year beyond that, where he had, I believe he'd never won. I think it was like 0-14 on a live stage at one point, and then in 2023, kind of surprised everybody and came out with a top 8 performance at World Finals, getting some big wins under pressure. So if we can find a way to recapture that and do that here. Look, at the moment, he's in the exact same boat as the guy he's facing, Mugi. You win, you continue on. You lose, you go home. The question is, can you do that in your brain, not just do it on the board?
Yeah, and right here, we take a look at the predictions. 85% going to Mugi, 15% going to Ardan. And that's not really indicative of their actual skill level. These players are very close to each other, but it's so hard not to root for Mugi. Mugi has been in the scene. He has dominated the scene for so long. We see all sorts of trophies in his background. And I mean, he's as talented as they come. We were so excited for his set against Mohamed earlier yesterday, and then we just saw a sweep, and I know he wants to make sure that he can get his revenge. I think even though they are close in skill level, I'm going to change my earlier answer. I do think it should be 85-15. I expect a win from Mugi today.
Well, let's jump right into it. Game number 1 of one of our 2 times. In fact, Josh, when we really break it down, in the solo era, we have only had 2 world champions over 4 years. 2 times Mugi, 2 times Mohamed Light. And I'm very curious to see if here in our 5th year of solo CRL, if we will actually have a 3rd world champion, or if it will just stay between these 2 guys.
Yeah, I feel like you have to assume there's going to be a new guy coming in sometime soon, but these 2 players, they are just so talented, and they're talented at different parts. We have Mohamed Light, who's obviously just absolutely incredible, knows every single sort of interaction you could possibly know. But then Mugi's kind of claim to fame is that like the world stage, that's where he wants to be at. He's more comfortable at the world stage than he is in his own bedroom. It's just crazy how these 2 players have such locks on the field.
Well, getting a little comfortable right now is Mugi, maybe a bit too comfortable as he allows that connection. Ardan grabbing the lead, 26-22 to 24-84. And I have a feeling, Josh, that we're going to see a lot of this quick cycle RG.
Yeah, both the RG and the drill. It's just 2 constants within the meta when it comes to pro players. They love these type of decks. And right here, this is going to be big damage. Evo Snowball being forced out from Mugi, but that's still going to be a shot and an Evo away from Mugi. A great push for Ardan.
These 2 players did meet on the live stage at Clash Royale League World Finals in 2022, or 2023, after Ardan beat Sosa and Mugi got the win over Adriel. They met in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Mugi took a clean 2-0 sweep, knocking Ardan down to the lower bracket where he got wins over Wallace and then eventually fell to Ruben in our top 8. Mugi, of course, that season went on to beat Air Surfer and then take a loss to Pedro and then fight his way back to win that championship. So Mugi loves to be at a stage in Clash Royale League where he's facing Ardan.
Yeah. And right there, Evo Firecracker placed at the bridge, and this is going to be a pretty healthy push. The Evo Snowball, or the Evo Tesla plus the Snowball, it's not going to be enough so far, and with the help of the Bar Barrel, this RG is going to get onto tower, and Mugi is struggling right now. This could be it. The Bar plus the RG plus the Lightning, game 1 going to Ardan is beautiful.
And just put all of that together to run right by Mugi there at the end. And I don't know what Ardan is saying. I think maybe he's streaming at the same time as all of this. But maybe he looks like he has a bit of a cold. I don't know if he's, drinking emergency or something, trying to get his vitamin C back up. Either way, Ardan just put together a nasty downhill run, and there was nothing Mugi could do about that in that context. Josh, thoughts on the ending there of that game number 1?
My thoughts on the ending is that it was just too easy for Ardan. It doesn't really matter. Obviously, it matters who wins it, but I'd like to see just stronger defense from Mugi. It felt like it was way too easy for him to get the right push. Whether I don't know what it is. I would have to rewatch that probably 3 or 4 times to figure out exactly where he messed up. But that was just way too easy for Ardan to take the tower.
And now with game number 1 in the books, Ardan going to be hoping to turn the tables on Mugi after the 2-0 sweep he suffered in our 2023 World Finals. And, Josh, you're more dialed into the ladder scene as of late. And there was certainly a time where Mugi was consistently in the mix, one of the top players in the world for a long time. But I feel like I haven't seen him involved in that top ladder discussion as much as I have in the past.
Yeah, I mean, we take a look at like 4 years ago, and that's when he was consistently reaching the heights of finishing number 1 or finishing top 10, top 15. Honestly, it felt like as soon as he won that first World Finals, he was like, wait a second, I've already kind of devoted enough time. And so then that's why we kind of expected a drop off from Mugi. And then fast forward 2 years later, he's winning the World Finals again, and it's like, well, he can kind of do whatever he wants. And so that's kind of where we're still at right now. Until somebody proves him wrong, until somebody proves to him, hey, you're going to need to be grinding every single month in, month out, he gets a pass. Whatever he wants to do, he's allowed to do it.
Of course, he missed World Finals last year. Smallest field with only 8. So we'll see if that puts him in a bit more of a fire under him for this one. Top 12 making it to World Finals this year. And I know that, Josh, you and I are both pretty pumped about that format.
Super pumped.
And this is, by the way, your first CRL broadcast of the year. We weren't able to get you for the first Golden Ticket event. Just briefly, as we're waiting for game number 2, thoughts on this 12-player format with the first-round buys for the top seeds for this World Finals?
Yeah, I love everything about it. I love there being a first round bye. I think that's so important to the health of any sort of competition. You've done all of this in the regular season. You have earned yourself just more money and a better position. And at the same time, I want to see as many players as possible. Yes, I what was it, 2021, where we had like 32 players. And it felt like it was a 14-hour stream. It was still worth it. I love seeing as many players as possible to compete inside this game. Nothing makes me happier than just being a part of the Clash Royale Esports community. So yeah, I love that there's 12 instead of 8, and do not allow me to be in charge of anything. Otherwise, it's going to be round of 256, and we cannot have that happen.
Well, Josh, looking at these decks as they get ready for game number 2, this is very similar to the game that we just saw played by Oelon. But the difference, it's slight differences in Ardan Toas's Royal Giant deck. What was the key factor that you feel like that, despite this matchup being very similar, made it so that Ardan was able to get going so far downhill, whereas in the previous game, Sandbox is able to use a similar deck and shut down with that defense?
Well, it's definitely a collection of things, but I think the number one thing that I want to look at is just the Monk versus no, I think it was no champion whatsoever. The Ghost is great, yes, and that's why we saw Ardan Toas use it in game number 1, but I think you really do need that quick cycle. You do need that Monk. With no Monk, RG is nowhere near as threatening, and that's why Ardan Toas had, again, I think it was a little bit too easy for him, but that's his matchup every day of the week because he has the Monk in his deck.
And we're going to log on that Skeleton Barrel on the right-hand side, but Little Prince able to escape on the left for Ardan. And so here we are in game number 2, Ardan game in hand, and now opening up the lead by more than 300 HP as the boss hits the back of the field behind Mugi's King Tower.
Yeah, the Boss Bandit is easily one of the scariest cards inside the entire game. It's so terrifying every single time it gets played. I just feel like there's a loss incoming, and honestly, so far it's been reigning true. Usually I'm losing when that card is going against me.
Cleaned up here in the middle. You set me up great for a joke, Josh, but I decided to let all of that go, and instead we'll get a reset as we get ready for double elixir, Hog to the right-hand lane, Mortar up to the task.
Beautiful Spirit Goblins, and a really nice Earthquake as well. I like the idea. I think a lot of players would have gone the Earthquake on the same side because it just kind of makes sense right there, recognizing I can get a lot of chip damage on top of the tower and the troops. All I need to do is go the Hog opposite lane, and there we go. We saw a lot of chip damage coming in from him, and this time the Earthquake is going to be on the same side as the Hog, and this is a massive push. A huge mistake coming in from Ardan.
Wow, and 16:20 left on the right-hand side now after Hog, EQ, and the Evo Firecracker all connect. What did Ardan do wrong there?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. There's obviously, we're seeing him defend kind of the exact same way every single time, and I wouldn't mind seeing him shake it up. He has a lot of opportunities to do sorts of pushes with different troops to make sure that he can't Earthquake and get chip damage on top of the tower. Right there, Earthquake kind of placed in an odd position. It felt like he could have placed it in the normal spot, instead electing to go just kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Maybe anticipating or trying to predict a high catch and putting the Earthquake up high for that reason. But even then, you still think you get the tower damage. Hog doesn't connect, but the Evo Firecracker, absolute snipe job, 610 on the right-hand side.
And right here, this is the push for Ardan. Is can he protect his cannon? He won't be able to, so he's going to have to log on defense when he has the opportunity. Log coming in right now. And this is a massive push. Ardan trying to get himself back in the game, but once it gets down to triple elixir and you're going against the Hog EQ, you need to have the lead. They are going to cycle like crazy.
And Mortar out of cycle, so Ardan forced to defend and does get it done. Elixir fairly even. Firecracker, though, as she'll stay on the board, will give an advantage to Mugi. 48 seconds left. Little Prince sets up defensive on the right-hand side. Mortar trying to attract the EQs, get a connection on the left-hand lane. Fireball to clear. Mortar connects. Huge Mortar connection. Log pre trying to keep the Goblins away from the Hog, and Hog will go a couple of hits and even this thing up at 1-1.
Yeah, Mugi, I would have liked to see the pre-log on the previous Hog. He allowed Ardan to defend with the Goblin Gang plus the log, and I felt like that was a little too simple. It should have been very obvious with the Mortar out of cycle, but he's able to do what he needed to do, got the win at the very end, and we're seeing our first Game 3 of the day.
And I want to say, though, Ardan did a great job of making that close. Got a couple of critical Mortar connections and turned what looked like an absolute blowout after the sequence on the right-hand side that opened things up for Mugi, and ended up making this one very close. And even with the Mortar going to the left-hand lane and having to do, as you said, some of the more obvious defenses on the right-hand side, made it work and put a lot of pressure on Mugi.
Yeah, and it all came down to the fact that he took such a massive lead, I'm talking about Mugi, that he was like, all right, well, I can't really defend the same way. I'm just going to get aggressive. I'm going to go all out on offense, use the Mortar on offense every single time, forget using it on defense. And as soon as that happened, there was just a switch that got flipped, and it became a very close game. And something that I've always talked about for the last 5 or 6 years, all I want to see players do is give themselves a chance. Is there anything they could possibly do to maybe squeak out a win? Ardan found that opening, gave himself a shot, but Mugi, obviously too talented to let that slide.
Here we go, game number 3 in this elimination matchup. And Mugi opts to go with bridge spam after going quick cycle for the first 2 games.
Mugi struggled with bridge spam going against Mohamed Light. Got 3 crown in pretty much like a minute and a half. We're going to see if he's using the same version as he did yesterday, or if he's going to have some sort of response for the Inferno Dragon. That's why he struggled last time.
Ardan trying to put a little extra juice on the right-hand side, not quite able to break through. Mama Pekka won't have much going for her, but the Electro Wizard behind will at least make things interesting. And Dagger Duchess for Ardan. Yeah,
beautiful ability. Yeah. Beautiful ability right there from the Boss Bandit. Going to take out the Battle Ram and still have about 25% health with the Rage, trying to give him some sort of offensive position, but Mugi quick with the Ghost and defends that properly.
Oh, and Ardan has to eat this Ghost shot, too. That was 2 Elixir he'd love to have back. Eats some work from the Ghost, still finds himself behind on Elixir. And, of course, against bridge spam, that is possibly devastating. You know, looking at the situation here for Ardan, you're playing a beatdown deck. You're against P.E.K.K.A. and Lumberjack, so 2 troops that can just absolutely melt that giant. And then, of course, the E-Wiz is there to contend with the Inferno Dragon. How are you feeling about the chances for Ardan in this matchup?
Yeah, I think one thing that I really want to look at is that the P.E.K.K.A. isn't the evolution. I feel like if it was the evolution, that might help him. But because it's just a regular P.E.K.K.A., it makes me feel so much worse. I'm feeling absolutely fantastic if I'm losing.
Lumberjack a little late to the party on that defense for the Giant on the right-hand side. And Ardan pulling out to a lead 1750 as that Giant got quite a lot of work done on the right-hand side after Mugi cycled the P.E.K.K.A. on the left.
Right there, pretty big push, and no Ewiz in cycle just yet. Does not have the elixir for it. Are we going to see?
Oh boy.
Okay. Able to get the Ewiz out just in time. It looked like Ardan was going to be able to steal it, but instead, I mean, a massive advantage for him, and he's going to have another offensive push if he chooses to do so.
Mugi now going to get a battle ram at the bridge, just trying to maintain pressure up here. And would really love to get those daggers all the way out so there's not much that can be done. He's starting to push. Lumberjack right up front, guards to hold. Boss Bandit will do some work, but now that Dagger Duchess is light, and Mugi putting this thing right back in contention. 13-26, Dagger Duchess still low. Evo Battle Ram on the board, final 90 seconds, gets the one hit. Lead now for Mugi, 753 under 600, and that Duchess completely empty, running on fumes, about to crash into the mountain, and that is it. Mugi comes from behind and shuts it down against Ardan Toas.
Wow, Ardan Toas frustrated beyond belief. I cannot believe that Mugi was able to get the pressure going. I mean, just fantastic from him. Recognizes the Duchess is out of the daggers. Let's just put everything at the bridge. Hope that it works. And a sigh of relief from Mugi. I can't say I'm shocked. I'm doing the same thing, and I wasn't even playing.
Well, bridge spam doing bridge spam things, and we saw, I called out Dagger Duchess early on, and we kind of got into some other conversations, but I was looking at Dagger Duchess and going, this is the kind of deck that can create so much consistent pressure at the bridge. It's kind of in the name of the deck. Yeah. And if that Dagger Duchess gets low, it's going to be really difficult for Ardan Toas. To be fair, he did a great job of breaking out to an early lead, but man, the second that Mugi smelled blood in the water, he was on that like a shark.
Yeah, and a lot of that goes to the recognition from Mugi on just how to play the matchup when it comes to going against the Dagger Duchess, but it really felt like he was cycling his troops in the way where eventually he was going to be able to overwhelm. He got the right cycle going. He got the Evil Battle Ram to be part of the finishing touch. I loved how he just set himself up properly. Everything with the matchup, it's only your matchup if you're going to play it right, and he played it to absolute perfection. And then on the other side, Ardan Toas, that one push where he almost took everything, I just have to give so much credit to Ardan Toas. I thought he did so many little things correctly.
Did a lot of things correctly, and you're sitting there looking at the things that Mugi had to defend, right? And lots of stuff that can melt the giant, and got really opportunistic. The moment that Mugi cycled a P.E.K.K.A in the back, you saw that giant push on the right-hand side, and Ardan starting to trying to take advantage of that opening, and he turned it back into the opposite lane and was able to put both the towers under pressure for Mugi early on, not sticking to a single lane, creating, as I said, pressure on both sides. But it's when that Dagger Duchess gets to empty, you better be near a gas station. And unfortunately for Ardan, he was out in a desert with nothing in sight. So as we see our bracket fill in, we will say goodbye to our second competitor of the day. Ardan Toas going to go out in our round of 8. And now we're down to our top 6 as Mugi and Sandbox both await the losers of our upper bracket semifinals. And that's going to be really fun to watch. Mugi will be facing off against the loser of Lucas and Sub, I believe, and Sandbox against the loser of Mohamed and Katon. So either way, we're going to have some really fun elimination level matchups. And now Mugi and Sandbox can just sit back and wait a little bit to see what comes up next. And obviously on one side, I think that if you're Sandbox, you would rather be facing Katon than Mohamed Light in an elimination matchup, and that's no shade to Kita, a great player. But let's take a look at the other side of the matchup that we're coming to here in a moment in Lucas and Sub. This is one that for many years I think that we would have easily said Lucas has the advantage here, but Sub has been one of, we talked about those players who've come from the semi-pro ranks up into being legitimate contenders over time. Wallace comes to mind, one of Lucas's former teammates, right? Sub is another guy who has turned into a legit player on the world stage.
Yeah, when I think of sub, it's crazy. The first thing that I think of when I think of sub is top four. It just feels like
Yeah.
whenever he's playing a tournament, he might not win them, and he might not even win them consistently, but he will be there. He will be fighting against the best players of the world. He will take a game and give himself an opportunity. He will finish top four. I have been so impressed over the years thinking, okay, who is this guy? Well, okay, I recognize him. Okay, why is this guy always finishing so high? Oh, this is why. It's just beautiful what he's been able to do. I mean, it's just one of those heartwarming stories, and it's just nice to see him back in the top six, right where he belongs.
Well, top four last year, and of course, second place finish last month in our first golden ticket event. Has a silver ticket already locked up to go to the last chance qualifier. So not exactly playing with house money today, but playing with a little bit more room. You know, he already does have at least a solid set in the points and that chance to go to the LCQ. So when you look at him versus you look at Lucas talking about consistency, a guy who was known initially as just kind of a hog player in, you know, if you go back to kind of 2019 era, and then had a breakout year in 2020 in Clash Royale League, and then has since then been a consistent face at the top echelons of gameplay. How do you view the way that these two guys match up today?
Yeah, it's so tough. It is so much closer than the community prediction. I mean, 81%, it's just the power of the name versus somebody who's just talented and somehow not recognized by the community. These two players are so talented. Oh, and there we go. It's already changing. Uh, it definitely feels like Lucas should be the favorite, but I mean, I really think it's like 55-45, and probably even closer than that. These two players, nothing to scoff at. And the thing is, they're both good with just every type of meta deck that's going on right now. All the quick cycle, all the mortar, all the hog. These two players are so talented at those types of decks.
And you want to talk about how close these two are. Last year at World Finals, you're looking at the number 4 World Finals finisher in sub for 2024 and the number 3 World Finals
Yeah.
finisher in Lucas as these two met in the lower bracket semifinal. Lucas taking that one 2-0 in competition, running a bait deck and then doing a little minor loon in game number 2 against the lava deck of sub. So Lucas sticking to what is good for him in those fast cycle decks. Of course, the minor loon was an interesting variation for him. And then sub sticking kind of heavy in that one, ran pigs like royal hogs, queen, earthquake, and then some lava hounds. So curious to see if we get a similar fast cycle versus medium heavy situation today out of Lucas and sub.
Yeah, Lucas is one of those players where if you don't have your coach in your ear and you don't have the ability to workshop decks with them, make sure that you're countering everything, he's just one of the scariest players in the world. He is so smart, so talented, and he's just played so many games that it feels like he's always ready to do one thing different than every other player. He's not going to go crazy off meta, but he will choose one different card that's going to flip a matchup that it shouldn't flip. And that's definitely one of the specialties of Lucas. And Lucas, running E-Giant. This is pretty interesting.
This is kind of the opposite I was thinking, right? We have sub going fast cycle with the hog and Lucas turning heavy. So both guys, especially Lucas, trying to subvert expectations. And speaking of expectations, everybody, on the left-hand side of your screen, rewards, watch them and unlock special stuff. We're about halfway to our first reward drop of the day. So make sure you stick around to catch that one. And we'll have those throughout this Championship Sunday for the CALALAS Cup here in CRL.
Sub trying to figure out his next move. Going to cycle the Firecracker in the back. Lucas, he should have the Evo Cage in cycle. So when we take a look at the matchup, the E-Giant probably should have the NATO as well. This is interesting. Okay, is it NATO Lightning? Is that what we're thinking coming in from Lucas right here?
Only time will tell as we get into our double elixir, and Brawler might get one, and does. 27-15 on the right-hand side. Lucas narrowing the gap as he has the 2-lane damage hog into the left-hand side. Cage to cover. And that should, with the King Tower's help, yeah, it wasn't a perfect placement on the cage, but activated King Tower cleans up the damage.
And right there, Sub doing a beautiful job of protecting his firecracker. The hog will not make it to the crown tower because it is going to activate the king with the NATO coming in from Lucas. But I mean, Sub's defense on that firecracker, and then it's still plugging and chugging away. That was absolute perfection from him, and a well-deserved shot on top of the tower.
And that's now the most significant damage of the round. 25-52 plus a little chip on the Golden Knight. Barb Barrel target the firecracker. Hog goes left-hand lane for Sub as he plays defense on the right-hand side. Cage Evo to pick up and handle the Hog Rider. And the NATO pulls everything into the E-Giant, but not going to be enough to create a breakthrough. And Josh, now NATO out of cycle, no Cage. Hog going to get some big-time shots here. What does Lucas need to do to actually break through here and create some real damage on tower?
Yeah, the cannons coming in from Sub, it just feels like he's not really finding it difficult. A lot of the times, even when you see these easy wins, they're still making all sorts of plays. Sub, he's just kind of doing the same thing, and that's all that needs to happen. Lucas, I believe he just needs to kind of wait for triple elixir or wait for a mistake. And right there, the E-Giant making it to tower, getting it down to 21-19, almost evening it up. But now no NATO in cycle. This could be a pretty big push coming in right here.
EQ gonna help with that Cage. Hog gonna get 2 shots here down to 10:45. So just as Lucas sees some light at the end of the tunnel, the rocks start to fall from the walls with triple elixir against Q cycle.
Yeah, Lucas just really struggling, trying to figure out how in the world he can just do anything. And so far, not coming to any sort of conclusion. We're going to see a NATO in, but these firecrackers are still just staying alive. This is way too easy for them.
Evo Inferno in the back. Cage trying to hold. EQ getting the hog through. 2:31 remaining, and now Lucas is trying to find some way to sell out at the bridge. Golden Knight gets some connections. 11 seconds left. No way to break through. EQ will just make sure the gap is enough. Log to clear, and Sub going to take game number 1 as the script is flipped from last year's World Finals. Sub going fast cycle. Lucas, the one cutting caught flat-footed with the beatdown deck.
Yeah, both players absolutely locked in. No celebration on either of their faces. They know how close they are in talent. Right there, I think we can just chalk it up to just a very poor matchup. Sub is way too talented with Hog to allow Lucas to do anything. And Lucas, on the other hand, while it was a bad matchup, I would have liked to see the NATOs be a little bit stronger. It was like 2, 3, maybe even 4 times where he NATO'd everything in, but when you're NATOing the firecrackers, they're still going to shoot their way outside of the range. I would have liked to see something different, even if it's just cycling lightnings. There needed to be something different.
Well, unable to make anything different happen. And, you know, we were looking at the defense there, and you were talking about the NATO. The problem in this matchup, it felt like for Lucas, was he had 2 good alternatives for defending against the Hogs with the Cage and the NATO. But with no ability to break through, he had to use the NATO offensively, and then that left him, as we saw, with a whole lot of openings for Sub to just go, well, you used it, and now you just have a Cage, and I have an Earthquake and a bunch more stuff to come and run downhill on you. And as you mentioned, of course, the Firecracker is able to pretty much camp on Sub's side of the board and turn it into a party rather than a solo job. Now we go into game number 2, and you know, of course, Sub has the game advantage right now, Josh, but thinking about what was played so far, it does in many ways feel like Sub now has the card advantage going forward too, right? On his side, yes, he used Log, but has plenty of fine other options. Earthquake, you're not really concerned about using that elsewhere. Whereas Lucas, some kind of critical defensive pieces in particular, the NATO gone, and it feels like it's going to be a bit harder for Lucas to get the read on Sub, whereas Sub might be able to get a better read on what to do in game 2 and beyond.
Yeah, that's why Hog EQ is just so strong in the dual format because so many of the cards, I mean the log, yes, the E-Spirit maybe, but you're not using those cards in a lot of your decks. And if you are, you can easily find some sort of variation. We saw the guards get used in the drill deck from our previous set, but you can just swap it from gobs like we saw in Sandbox. So yeah, Sub 1-0 and just has everything available to him. And there we go. We might see the Drill Goblins variation that Sandbox used. We will be seeing this shortly.
Berserker comes out to get the cleanup. First little chip damage in both directions. 23 or 27-32, 29-98. Goblinstein out here for Lucas.
Fire Spirit getting the jump on top of the tower and the Doctor. And right here, Goblin Demolisher not able to make it all the way. Sub using a classic drill. Lucas having some fun with it and using the Goblinstein drill. I don't really see this deck all that often. I've seen a few of them with the Goblin Hut, so I wouldn't be shocked if we see that. We'll still have to wait on the last two cards.
Things slowing down a bit after the opening salvos, although now Lucas maybe heard me and decided to go full send. You're going to get a little bit out of that one as some of the goblins get on tower, and a little bit turns into a lot. Lucas opens up the lead by over 500.
Goblin Hut on defense, going to be able to take out the Demolisher and chip away at the Knight. Still going to need one or two more cards coming in from Lucas. And the Bomber, will it be enough? It's going to take it out, but the Knight is going to be able to get one shot.
Goblinstein out one more time for Lucas. And that, Josh, kind of just felt like I would like you to play some cards, please.
Yeah, just trying to get a cycle right, trying to get the Evos in. And right here, I mean, the Berserker, as great a card as it is. Oh, and right there, very nice interaction. The Evo Snowball with the Evo Bomber. Gorgeous gameplay from Lucas.
What a connection. What an absolute connection, right? For a moment there, I was looking at the Evo Snowball at the bridge and going, why is he sending all the troops right back to his drill? And Lucas just showing off some of the brilliance and thought process and turning that into a massive connection, and suddenly this game is completely turned upside down.
Yeah, that was absolutely the play of the day so far. I mean, I've seen that interaction, I'm sure, somewhere, but to be able to pull it off at the live stage, at the big stage, that was incredible.
Snowball in, and now with sudden death, only 409 on the right-hand side. The formula is written. Lucas just has to defend and slowly chip away here and not make any major mistakes.
Right there, quite a bit of chip damage coming in from that drill. The drill for Lucas, not going to be able to put in that much work, but still has an absolutely massive advantage. And Evo Bomber should be close to getting in the cycle. Might not matter getting it down to 24 HP. Yep.
And GG, Evo Snowball getting its flowers on this one, as gets both the winning blow and the shot that changed the entire tenor of the game. And what a fun sequence there, pushing everything back, collecting it right there, and then boom, boom, Barry goes and gets the connection. And, you know, kind of has the similar vibes to what you might do with a NATO. Evo Snowball's collecting stuff right there in front of the tower for the big opening.
Yeah, I cannot wait to attempt to do that myself several times once this stream is over, and then get frustrated when I don't pull it off on any of them. But that is absolutely going to be one of those things that I try and get drilled into my own gameplay, just such a beautiful interaction. These are just it's such a joy to watch.
Let's taking a look at the deck situation. You know, kind of similar to what we talked about with the Royal Giant of Oelon versus how we saw Mugi do it. We see Sub playing this drill deck with no champion and Lucas going champion. Obviously, it was the snowball and bomber combination that really opened things up. But, you know, you're also seeing this situation where the champion was able to create a little bit more cycle. We saw more drills out of Lucas than we saw out of Sub. In a BO3, what are your thoughts on playing non-champion variations at some point, especially in those first two games?
Yeah, I don't like it. I want to avoid doing that wholeheartedly. It just feels like every single time we have this discussion, it's why didn't this player use it? And we're looking at a loss coming in from them. It just seems like every single deck should start with. It really feels like every deck should start with a champion. I feel like it might be even more important than the evolutions at this point. I don't like that we're seeing it, and I'm sure when I talk to them, they're gonna say this is the reason why, and I'm gonna understand it somewhat. But it just feels easier to build your deck with champions.
And now, to be fair, it does feel like in this best of 5 era, seeing a championless deck coming out in maybe game 2 or game 3, preserving some options, trying to steal a win, and then maybe be a little bit less predictable in oncoming game 4 and game 5. Because again, those game 4s and game 5s, now you're talking about being down 24 cards, being down 32 cards in game 5, right? Things really change there, but that's kind of why I said best of 3 in particular. Seems
Yeah.
Seems like it's less valuable there. Either way, that's the pass. Let's move on to the future. Game number 3. Loser will drop down into the elimination bracket. And Lucas coming out with some quick cycle.
Sub going to be running what's probably going to be the Mortar Bar Barrel. Oh, okay. So, yeah, Sub going to be running the Ice Wizard Skeleton King Mortar deck. And then Lucas on the other side could be RG, but RG with Tesla seems kind of odd. Still kind of just waiting to see what his final couple cards are.
Mortar not going to connect. Well distracted. And Sub trying to keep pressure on. And he'll get 2 spears for his effort, plus more pressure coming in. And Hog for distraction.
So Hog Wizard instead of Hog Firecracker. I mean, Lucas had the opportunity to run the Firecracker, run the Cannon, run the Log. Instead electing to go with the Evo Wizard. Pretty interesting decision coming in from Lucas.
You know, when you think about this Evo Wizard, though, you have the ability to contend with a Skeleton Barrel. There is lots of splashy stuff, or lots of swarmy stuff on the board. And then now we get some protection with the Monk right in front. Evo Wizard creating a problem here.
Yeah, this is an absolute massive push coming in from Lucas, the Monk, doing a beautiful job of protection and getting the tower down to 680. Sub, I mean, the thing is, Lucas still has the Hog EQ going against a Mortar deck that doesn't really cycle all that well. This is Lucas just in a beautiful spot right now.
Mortar up high, pressure now moving on the side of Sub, trying to play the catch-up game, getting some damage in. 1773 on the right-hand tower. Cannoneer just taking its time, and these Hogs have been getting kind of some at-will shots.
Yeah, and that is one of the strongest pushes I've ever seen for being as clunky as it was. The Wizard plus the Skeletons, put the Skeletons in front, so that way the Cannoneers locked onto the wrong thing. Monk again getting a beautiful, just a beautiful situation for it. Lucas putting on a clinic, no mistakes right now.
Earthquake cycles to the left-hand lane. This is kind of the last chance for Sub. Not facing elimination yet, but of course you want to play from the upper bracket as long as you can. Sub now with the log out, Earthquake to cover, but that's going to be some good damage. Skeleton King still going. 1591, Mortar at the bridge. Will it get a connection? Yes, it will. Lucas has to be careful not making any major errors here. Evo Tesla to cover. And that should be enough to get things done. Log will go ahead behind, and Sub knows he gave himself a shot at the end, but not quite enough. Lucas going to continue on in our upper bracket, and now going to be very, very close to that winner's circle.
Yeah, I mean, we see a very nice reverse sweep. I believe the first one of the day. And Lucas, I mean, game 2, absolute perfection with the Evo Snowball. Game 3, absolute perfection with the matchup. I loved the push with the skeletons in front of the wizard. And he also paired it with the Evo Tesla. Every time you look at any of Lucas's plays, there's so many things to dissect and recognize, oh my goodness, this is why he did it. I just blown away from the level that Lucas showed in game 2 and game 3.
And, you know, you think about the deck selection here in game number 3, this variation of Hog with the Evo Wizard and the Monk, able to do so much. As we saw, you know, we're going to take a look at some of the action from game 2 here in just a moment, but that game 3 push where the Wizard got the Monk in front, and the Monk was able to do some tanking to be a distraction, and it turned that Evo Wizard into an absolute problem that allowed the Hog to sneak on by as well. So what a really great sequence out of Lucas, and kind of best way to put it, unorthodox sequence out of Lucas to get it done.
Yeah, just finding different pushes that nobody else can really even think of. And then I do also have to give him credit for the deck that he used in general. When I think of Sub, I also do think of Mortar. He's absolutely one of the best players in the world with it. He's so calm and collected. That's why he's gonna love the mortars or the drills or the bridge spam kind of decks. And then Lucas just recognizing it, running the earthquake, and I mean, this was if we can really get to it. With 108, yes. I mean, what an interaction that was. So Lucas, he's going to set himself up for it. And we're going to see kind of a pretty big push coming in where he's just kind of waiting around. Can he get the right stuff? And this is where it was. The Evo Snowball coming in, just pushing everything back. You got to make sure that you get it on the right tile, and that's exactly what he did. That's just easily the play of the day, and it's crazy to think about it, but I feel like we can already lock up the play of the day, and we're only 3 sets in.
Yeah, that's so much fun to get something like that this early, and one that really sets a tone. And I think that's one thing we talk about what Lucas did in this best of 3 was stay focused in the face of trouble, in the face of adversity, where he dropped game number 1, and then as he moved along, we saw him create his opportunities as opposed to just hope that they would happen, whether it was that sequence that changed game number 2 dramatically, or what we saw in game number 3, where he wasn't necessarily waiting for the opportunity to open up. Instead, he made it happen, forced the issue, and forced Sub down into the lower bracket. And that, as we said before, Josh, is going to move Lucas forward in our competition, where he's now going to be just 4 game wins away from a golden ticket and yet another trip to World Finals.
Yeah, he's got to be ecstatic to be in this spot. I mean, Lucas, and the great thing about Lucas, as talented as he is, he's such a good person too. He just being around him is always going to make you smile. Let's take a look at the bracket overall. We're currently in the upper bracket, and our next match is absolutely going to be a pleasure. We have Mohamed Light going against Katon. I mean, we know everything about Mohamed Light, and most people should know a lot about Katon. He's been in the scene for a while, an absolute stud of a player.
Yeah, Katon was a part of that Fav gaming squad back in teams, and made his appearance at the CRL World Finals in Los Angeles in 2019. as I believe, was it? I'm trying to remember what the 2v2 duo was. I want to say it was Katashian and Kensu Meshi, if I remember correctly, but it's been so long now that I don't exactly remember what the different duos were. But yeah, that was quite a long time ago. Kita still has remained in the conversation over the years, right? He had a #1 finish on ladder last year and has made some runs in CRL here and there, but it's really great to see him back on the big stage here for a golden ticket opportunity.
Yeah, it's absolutely a pleasure. It feels like kind of Katashian has that once a year kind of thing going on where all of a sudden he's like a top 3 player in the world. Obviously, as consistent as he is, we're constantly seeing him in these competitions, but there's just days where he shows up. And that's always going to be really fun. There's season ends where he's going to show up and he's going to finish top 3 in the world. It's just, is this going to be the day for him? I mean, going against Mohamed Light, if you are not playing your absolute best, your absolute peak, you've got no chance. So we're going to see that shortly.
And I was right there. It was Katashian and Kensu Meshi
Woo-hoo!
as the Japanese duo back in FAV gaming. And this is a fun throwback there. The solo player who took the stage for that squad, longtime Hog champion Jack, for the last piece for FAV Gaming. So they ended up getting bounced pretty quickly. They had the first round bye, but then got trounced by WEDGM with 2 other players who made actually 3 players who made multiple World Finals appearances in the duo of Solo Man and Nomisi, and then Higher as the solo player for that squad. So that was that was a really fun World Finals.
Are you reading this off, or is this just by memorization?
No. I knew Kita and Kensu was the duo, but now I'm actually going and checking on the results, and I was like, oh yeah, Jack, and then they lost to WDGM. No, I'm not that much of a Wikipedia.
Yeah, you were able to pull out the 2v2 duo. I saw Andrew yesterday who was talking about Rykart being the one that repeated the same card.
I saw that.
And I'm so impressed by you guys' memory. This has been just beautiful.
Well, you think about that. I mean, going back to that Rykart repeating a card, that was in the round of 32 against Mugi. And it looked like Mugi, he had the lead against Mugi in that matchup. I think he was 1-0 when he repeated the card. It might have been in the game 3 game, but either way, Mugi was not playing well in that first game, or in that first round. He looked kind of out of sorts, and Rykart was totally jamming. And then he repeated a card, pushing Mugi through, and then Mugi went all the way to become our first world champion. There's a universe out there where Rykart didn't repeat a card, Mugi got eliminated in the first round, and maybe Mohamed Light has 3 World Finals instead of 2 World Finals, right? So the changes of history that all happen just because a guy wasn't paying attention for one moment kind of changed everything in CRL history.
Yeah. There's so many little things that would have altered the course of history within CR. I mean, just using one specific card instead of this one, using this champion, not using this champion. And obviously repeating a card, that's going to be one of the bigger ones to take a closer look at.
Yeah, some of the pieces of history in this game are pretty fascinating. And, you know, what I'm really excited to see here is Mohamed Light playing in this round with his usual smile on his face. You know, he's got the crew in the background giving him, keeping his mood up and keeping him laughing and ready to play, which is so important. He's definitely an emotional player. People don't realize that about Mohamed Light. He's an emotional player indeed, and that chat is certainly helpful. Now, of course, we've seen him able to do without it as he's played live on stage to a championship twice, but certainly likes that during these remote gameplays as he opens up with Electro Spirit and Monk against the Chef P.E.K.K.A of Katashian. And are we seeing a Goblin Giant deck here?
Yeah, it's so cool. So this used to happen, like, especially when I first started commentating, when I really knew the meta at its absolute peak. As soon as I would see like 1 or 2 cards, I was like, all right, this is probably the deck they're using. When I see the Chef, I don't need to see a card. I just know what's going to happen, what's going to be following up soon, and it's always just going to be P.E.K.K.A, Goblin Giant. then like 4 staples, and then 2 random cards that they just want to throw in there. Katon, there he goes. Goblin Giant going down the lane.
And the P.E.K.K.A and Goblin Giant will be the evolutions for Kita in this one. Fisherman going for the King Tower activation, doesn't get it. Maybe a half tile off here. I mean, Mohamed going for the King Tower activation and just the targeting not doing what he wanted, and Mo taking kind of a big hit there early.
Yeah, and a necessary hit, and just one of those mistakes that we don't often see from him. I kind of want to write a letter to Supercell and say, like, hey, why did you allow him to make that mistake instead of recognizing that he made a mistake? Just, it feels wrong to say that.
And now Royal Giant down in front of the Evo Wizard. Lightning will clear the Wizard out of the back. RG should get at least one, maybe gets a second courtesy of the Zap, and that turns things back around. Mohamed Light with the lead.
P.E.K.K.A in the back coming in from Katon. No offensive bridge pressure coming in from Mohamed Light, just electing to go in with a strong defense. And we know the Lightning's coming down, so we're going to have to see how Mohamed Light wants to approach this defense right now.
Monk able to get some reflection out of those arrows. Holding court there in the middle as DPS able to absolutely shred that Goblin Giant, and now Royal Giant in front of an Evo Wizard. Fish Boy behind to pull the P.E.K.K.A. E-Spirit to stun. RG gets pulled way in. Evolve going to do a lot of damage and some knockback. Arrows trying to stop the damage, but Mohamed Light running absolutely downhill, and with 1 second left in the round, he clears the tower and wins game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, just beautiful gameplay. He made that early mistake with the missed King Tower activation, and then after that, no mistakes whatsoever. That P.E.K.K.A that was trying to take care of the RG, it got deleted before taking out any troops. I saw it, I was watching, I was waiting for it. There was 2 wizards and 1 fisherman, I believe, and none of those were taken out. The P.E.K.K.A got 1 swing on top of the evolution shield, but I mean, it was just such a downpour of troops, and Mohamed Light, he just always figures out the best method to get downhill, and that's exactly what we saw.
Well, and we saw that Monk getting the ability off just in time to reflect some of those arrows and start clogging things up a bit, and from there kind of felt like Kita was playing off his back foot from that point forward. So comes out with the cheese deck, and we all remember the 2023 World Finals where the Goblin Giant cheese was kind of the basically the entire event in 2023, and that was Mohamed Light eliminated early. Mugi got his second championship that season. We saw a big run from Pedro, but this time Mohamed Light not going to get shut down by the Goblin Giant deck in this one. So, you know, we've actually seen some variety on the tower troops today, Josh. We've seen Dagger Duchess, we've seen Cannoneer, now we're seeing the Chef, and it kind of raises an interesting question because we haven't seen much success out of those tower troops. Dagger Duchess got absolutely decimated by a bridge spam deck. Cannoneer could not stand up against the Hog Rider, and now here the Chef, as you said, one deck that it works with and works kinda, maybe less so at this level. Thoughts on the state of tower troops in competitive? Is this enough of a sample size from yesterday and today for you, or do we need more information?
You know, I'm a big believer in I want the sample size to be as large as possible. At the same time, if I was to make an educated guess right now, I would say that just the Princess Tower and the Princess Tower decks are just the way to go. And my thought process behind that is that the Princess Tower, it's just so balanced, and you can create so many different decks that beat the off-meta decks. So right there, we saw a weird, just kind of a weird deck from Mohamed Light. The Wizard plus the Monk plus the Guards plus the Goblin spell and the Zap. That's not a normal RG variation, but you're allowed to do that because you have the Princess Tower chipping away, moving along with the E-Spirit. It just seems like all of the best decks that can beat anything, it's just always going to be Princess Tower. It's never going to be any of those other towers unless they get buffed.
Well, the other part of it though is we've seen a lot of these tower troops played in early games, and it almost feels like maybe there is some more significant viability. But when we're talking about Game 3 or later Game 4, Game 5, in some of our later rounds, maybe that's where you can snipe the matchup a bit more. Either way, Kita has to figure out something here in round number 2.
Mohamed Light going to be playing one of his, I mean, it feels like every deck is a bread and butter deck for Mohamed Light, but going to be running the Royal Hogs EQ Quick Cycle, most likely with the Archer Queen as well. Katon on the other side, still a couple things open to him. And I don't know why every single time I see a Tesla, I want to say RG. It's probably going to be Hog coming in from Katon.
And speaking of Katon, we haven't seen as much of him at the higher levels of competitive for a while. He did have that #1 finish on ladder last year. His CRL career was primarily focused on 2v2. He played through FAV Gaming's Asian Championship season back in 2019. He and Kensumeshi were the best 2v2 duo in the league. 26 wins, 10 losses, a 72% win rate, absolutely dominating the 2v2 set. And it was Jack pretty much playing every solo for them. Jack going 27-19 overall on his solo campaign that season. So, it's not to say that Katon isn't a talented head-to-head player. Your former 2v2 partner, obviously, a very talented head-to-head player as well. A lot of people have done both. But it's fun to see Katon getting some shine just on his own here in 2025.
Yeah, always an absolute pleasure to see some of these legends of the game still just show up and still have that skill level. And obviously, we're seeing it right here, battling it out with Mohamed Light, the best player in the world. So earlier we saw the Monk get activated, not get the proper chip damage on top of the Archer Queen, allowed it to activate its own ability a little bit too easily. Right here, much better interaction, using the guards to take out the AQ, not let it activate its ability. So great switch up from an earlier mistake from Katon.
About 30 seconds left in the standard time as Mohamed Light takes off the shield from the Evo Wizard and puts a little more damage on here. And that's one of the things we saw earlier in the Lucas match, was the Evo Wizard was getting up to and even crossing the bridge with the shield still on and adding just that little extra pressure. And Mohamed Light making sure that's not the case in this one, although that Hog should get one, and it does. And as we go into sudden death overtime, Katon has narrowed the gap to just over 100 HP.
Yeah, and right there, Ice Spirit not getting the chip damage. This is just so difficult for Mohamed Light to get on top of the tower. And as I say that, all the Royal Hogs chipping away at the tower, getting it down to 651. I have no idea how that happened. Katon has every answer you could possibly think of. The Tesla, Log, plus the Wizard. But, I mean, Mohamed Light, he just finds a way when you should be able to do it.
90 seconds left. Mohamed with the lead. Earthquake will once again peel the shield. Queen does not use ability. Saving Elixir for this oncoming push.
Right there, beautiful delivery. Cannon plus the delivery will take out not enough. The Ice Spirit is going to help, obviously, but will need to defend with the delivery as well. 452 to 871, 419 HP separating the two players. Mohamed Light just trying to get the EQ cycles. Katon trying to figure out what he needs to do to get past this defense.
Possibly the last gasp for Kita. Cannon up high. He needs to cycle fast and try to beat out the spell situation. Log gonna be down. Hog doesn't connect, and that's GG, well played. Easy day at the office for Mohamed Light in this upper bracket match.
Yeah, I mean, we take a look at his win percent, 93.75%. I guess it's not super shocking that he was able to come away with the 2-0 sweep. I mean, when we take a look at Katashian's gameplay, game one, I felt like it was kind of a poor matchup. I think he did a lot of things, maybe not perfectly, but I think he did a lot of things well. Game two, I mean, it's just Mohamed Light is so good with the Royal Hogs Archer Queen deck. He always knows exactly how to get around certain maneuvers that usually work on others. The Monk is so hard to get around, and yet it felt like it was never getting any value whatsoever because Mohamed Light is either A, so quick with the Archer Queen that he can activate its ability, or B, he's placing it in such ways that it's not even locking onto the Monk until it's already gotten 3, 4, 5 elixir worth of value. He knows the workaround that it's so hard to find.
And it's even harder for everyone else out there when they realize that Mohamed Light is in his top shape and top form. You know, we didn't quite have the usual expectations met out of Mo in our first month, but now we see him here in month number 2, and so far cooking with gas the whole way. And this is going to be pretty scary for everyone. Obviously, Mohamed Light is known for his lower bracket runs, but Mo with an extra life to give is even more frightening.
Yeah, and I'm smiling just realizing what the next round in the upper bracket will be. It's Mohamed Light versus Lucas, is it? So that's gonna be a ton of fun. Let's take a look at the overall bracket to make sure that I'm correct. Fingers crossed. But I believe I am.
Yes, you are correct, as we'll let this one go ahead and populate here for a moment. Lucas and Mohamed Light, one of the most classic matchups in Clash Royale, will be our upper bracket final. The winner will be holding court in the grand final and have a pretty clear path, or a much easier path, to making the golden ticket and getting a punched flight to World Finals. The loser will drop down into our lower bracket finals. Well, they will face one of the 4 remaining elimination players: Sub, Mugi, Katashian, and Sandbox. So we'll see who can make it out of the crab barrel there on the bottom. And we'll have to wait a little while to get to our Lucas Mohamed matchup, as we're going to go ahead and take care of some business on the bottom side and whittle this thing down to our final 4. Josh, I am so pumped that we get to do a big-time Lucas Mo matchup.
Oh, yeah. There is absolutely nothing better than that. Both of those players, I mean, and they have so much love for each other, too. It's
Sure.
always fun to see competitors that really want nothing more than to enjoy their time and beat their opponent. And that's exactly what those two players love to do. They are, I mean, it's crazy because every single year we get to say they're at their peak. They're constantly improving. They're constantly making sure that they're staying up to date with the meta. They're trying to figure out those little variations that nobody else is figuring out. These players are so talented.
And, you know, talking about the talent level here, when we look at the landscape of who's here on this weekend, you know, Ian won the golden ticket in our first weekend, and he's punched his ticket to World Finals. But a lot of these guys here have been making repeat appearances. Sub came out with 90 points from our first one and has already banked 60 points here. So, and the leaderboards, he's currently number 1 with 150 points for our leaderboard. Right behind him, Lucas with back-to-back big points appearances, currently at 130. Mohamed Light now with 120. Katashian got some points last time. So Katashian now, even if he gets eliminated right here, will be in that top 6 range for that points total. So and Mugi right there at the bottom with what he's already earned, still going to be in that same place. So lots of points earned so far for these players, and just adding more to it. So we're not only are we getting a golden ticket winner today, but we're getting a few players, a few key standouts, kind of making an early gap on that leaderboard as far as those points.
Yeah, and I love when competitions allow for consistency. As much as I like the first round bye for World Finals and that there's more players than certain previous years, one other thing that I absolutely love is when consistency gets rewarded. Yes, you didn't win it all. Yes, you didn't even get a second place. But if you finish top three times and you finish top 8 another 2, I do think you deserve to be in the World Finals. And even if it's not in the World Finals, you deserve a chance to make the World Finals in one last final tournament. So I love that consistency is getting rewarded this year.
And that's also one of the fun things about the leaderboard this year is you're going to get points all up and down. But speaking of getting some rewards, you watching at home now get to unlock your first set of rewards. Use the QR code on screen, and that will unlock your first reward here. For those of you maybe watching on a mobile device, you can take a screenshot and then use that to access the QR code if I understand correctly. Either way, you can go ahead and use this QR code, scan it, unlock your first reward inside the game, and we'll have another reward coming to you in a little bit here on stream. But we all get to enjoy great Clash Royale and advance our accounts a little bit.
I want to tell you that, like, I need to use the bathroom, give me 3 minutes, and then it's just going to be me going on the stream and trying to get my QR code to work. I love me some lucky drops.
And a reminder for those of you, as we were having that points discussion, the top 6 players on the leaderboard who don't already have a golden ticket to World Finals will make it to World Finals. And then the players in 7th through 14th place will get the silver ticket and go to the last chance qualifiers. So if the points would hold as they were coming into this weekend, into this Sunday, you would have Sub, Lucas, Mohamed, Light, Katashian, Vitor, and Mugi having paths to already into World Finals. And then Igor, Aslan, Adriel, Wallace, Samuel, Ali, Ta, and Sandbox in the remaining spots for the silver ticket. And that's with more points to earn today still on the board. So obviously all these players, world class. You know, I love seeing a format that where, you know, I think that one of the things I've said before in the past, and I'll say it again here today, is that when you get to World Finals and you look and everyone is quote-unquote supposed to be there, you kind of know that the format is working correctly. And we've had a few years where we've seen, every single person here is an absolute killer. And I have a feeling this is possibly going to be one of the most dangerous and difficult World Finals we've ever seen with the caliber of players who are going to make it in.
Yeah, and I think the allowing there to be an extra 4 players where there's 12 players does make it so much healthier and
Sure.
so much stronger overall, because every once in a while we're missing 2 guys or we're missing 3 guys, and when you allow the extra 4 players, those players no longer miss out. The Mortons will make it to the World Finals. The Samuel Episodos make it to the Air Surfers make it to the World Finals. So it really is a joy to I can't wait for the World Finals, and this is just my first monthly final. So like I don't know where I'm at. I just know that I'm excited for the year.
Yeah, we've got a few to get through before we get there, and a lot to be decided. But people starting to create that separation early on. But of course, everybody, the LCQ. That's, I think, one of the biggest things about the format shift is that you can, and this is why I loved golden tickets when they were introduced, and golden tickets with points are great. But then adding in that silver ticket, you could play 0 CRL all season, and then come into the final monthly final of the year and get first or second. And first, of course, you're into World Finals, but second, you make it to that LCQ. So there's never a moment where a chance at World Finals isn't still on the table.
Yeah, that's just perfection. I love the 1 month wonders, and it's crazy. Our first ever 1 month wonder was Ta, and we were like, oh, who is this guy? He's just using E Giant. Is he that skilled? And then we're still seeing him 4 or 5 years later, and it's like it gives you the opportunity to make a name for yourself, have people recognize you, and then it gives you a platform to get your practice right, where you're finally playing against these pros because you just had 1 month of success. It's always a great situation when you've always got a chance.
So here we go into another elimination matchup as Sub and Mugi will be playing for the chance to continue along, add to their points, and potentially get a gold or silver ticket. And as I said before, having made the top 6 today and earned a guaranteed 60 points on the leaderboard, Sub is, at least for the moment, our points leader, not counting our already qualified, actually even counting Ian, who just has 100 points from winning our first monthly final. So Sub is currently top of the leaderboard. He would love to take the leaderboard out of the conversation, but we'll see if he can at least add to those points here against the two-time.
The is how Mega Knight is for like mid-level ladder players. Every time I go against the Evo Witch, I think it's the greatest card ever created inside this game. I'm excited to see it finally get played today. I have been kind of just waiting around to see if people are going to try and build it into their decks. That's exactly what we're going to see. Mugi answering my prayers.
Magic Archer working from the back. Kind of standard here to get the cleanup. And NATO now will get good value, tower and 2 troops. As the Evo Witch continues to create pressure, big opening salvo from Mugi.
Yeah, and right there, kind of a mistake with the Barb Barrel. Not exactly sure how he should have placed it. Maybe on top of the Ghost. There had to have been a better answer, and he's going to take a lot of chip damage. He went out to a very strong start, but Sub clawing his way back in and takes the lead.
Which will take the Magic Archer off the board, and Evo Valk to hold in front and try to prevent the Golden Knight from doing much more. Cannon Cart, though, in second phase, gets rid of the Witch. But now Mugi will set up in the back and try to prepare for another big graveyard push. Lead given away. Sub, our points leader, currently in the lead in game 1 against Mugi.
Bar Barrel to take out the Magic Archer and get a little bit of offensive pressure. Not going to work exactly the way he was looking for. This Magic Archer, I mean, it doesn't do a ton of damage. I mean, it's almost lined up on the tower. But luckily, Mugi not taking any chip damage. And these Witches, when they're working together, you don't have a big spell, there is a very few sites that are scarier.
Evo Snowball kind of gives a reset to the Evolved Witch. Graveyard with no support. But the longer that Mugi keeps the Evo Witch on the board here, the better things we get for him. Back to another.
Another Evo Witch, but this is, once it gets down to almost triple elixir, real close, you know your opponent is trying to get that one huge Golden Knight dash, but no NATO in from Sub. This entire time I thought he had NATO. Instead, just going all defense, and so far it's working, but I feel like you really need the NATO in these kind of decks. You want that last dash onto the tower.
And that was a nice Magic Archer out of Sub. Yes, it got taken out by the Evo Witch, but recognizing the poison out of cycle, he had a free Magic Archer on the board, and he did. But now Graveyard Poison going to start adding to that tally on the left-hand side. 45 seconds left, and now going to be around 800, just north of 800 points.
The
and
dash!
The Golden Knight gets all the way in. Wow.
Yeah, that's why you basically don't even need NATO. Mugi is going to have to absolutely watch out for these bridge Magic Archers, the Evo Valk coming in, and it's going to clean that up. There's still one extra cannon cart. The Witch does take it out. We need the Bar Barrel. We need something. Another Golden Knight dash could be on its way. It's not going to make it to the tower, and he does have to protect it. He does with the Evo Witch. We need a Graveyard on top of the tower.
Poison down. Evo Snowball to clear. And Sub gonna take game number 1 away from Mugi and be 1 win away from eliminating a 2-time world champion.
Yeah, Sub, absolute perfection with how he was setting up his pushes, made sure that he had the Evo Snowball just in time to activate it, to use it once more. And Sub, I love the deck overall, the Golden Knight. The Golden Knight, I know that it like gets buffed and then nobody kind of uses it, but whenever it gets that one magic ability, it just dashes onto so many things. It just destroys your hopes and dreams.
Well, definitely did it here, and it was the game was looking pretty good for Mugi for a while, right? But then I think that where the tide began to shift, and it was very subtle, but it was that poison that was played on tower for damage, which allowed Sub to play a Magic Archer that yes, it got taken out by the Witch, but the Magic Archer was able to clean up the bridge fight and turn this from playing defense back by his tower to playing the game at the bridge, which is where he wanted to be with this deck. And once we saw that happen, everything changed.
Yeah, the Evo Valk for Mugi, it felt like it really wasn't getting all that much value. It felt like that could have been a regular Valk instead of an Evo, and I don't think it would have changed anything that happened in this matchup. I'm not exactly sure what he should have done, what was necessary for him, but I'm also just taking a look at Mugi's deck. He cycles so fast. He doesn't have a way to win yeah, I mean, it really comes down to he can't win the bridge battle because he only has Witch, Ice Spirit, Skeletons, Barbarrel, Valkyrie. He has no way to win those bridge battles that Sub is just desperately trying to set up.
Well, I mean, you talk about the bridge fight issue too. The other one that stood out to me was the Goblin Hut here, and there was a Goblin Hut played set up in the middle that was kind of a nothing burger of a Goblin Hut, and a Magic Archer just cleaned it out. And maybe it was Mugi trying to get the Magic Archer out of cycle or get the Magic Archer played because his Witch was able to take care of it. But then you had the Witch got decimated by that same Magic Archer and a cannon card at the bridge, and that kept on moving. You know, the line, I'm going to see if I can look at my camera here. So the line of the fight was way over here, kind of in Sub's territory, and he moved it. Oh, now we're done. So he moved it closer to the bridge, and then that Goblin Hut moved the fight kind of over into the first couple tiles of Mugi's side of the bridge. And at that point, with this very spammy drill deck, there was not much Mugi could do to defend against the inevitable.
Yeah. I'm kind of disappointed. I understand why, but I am disappointed that I didn't get to see the rest of your presentation.
See me keep trying to do my hand there like that?
Yeah. Yeah. I was following along quite well.
Well, thank you. I do get paid to talk on occasion. Monk gonna go ahead and clean all that up with the Hunter, and now just an early full send from Sub. Hunter getting on tower. The RG happy to tank those shots. 18:05 on the left-hand side, as this counter push will get some, and Sub full send very, very low on Elixir. I think he's back to Electro Spirit. Note goes Barb Barrel instead. Ice Wiz gets a couple of shots, so it all does come out in the Brazilians' favor.
Yeah, both players even on Elixir. Mugi should have... Actually, I don't even know if he needs the Spirit Goblins. Instead, allowing his tower to take it out fully. And Sub, like you said, up 600 HP, but Mugi, he should have the Evo Skeleton Barrel next, potentially. He's we should see that shortly coming in from him.
Skeleton King will go ahead and get murked. Does get one shot off. Where do you see the biggest damage potential coming for Mugi in this one here, Josh, as he's have to play a lot of mortars on defense, Skeleton Barrel. Now he does get one up high. Do you think it's mostly the troops and Skelly Barrel stuff, or does he really need to get some mortar connections to win this one?
Yeah, he just needs to make sure that he's going both lanes. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Sub to stop it if he gets the correct pressure. And right here, we see that it should be a lock on top of the tower. It is. And now the left tower is down to 1651. Right tower at 2020. He can apply enough pressure where Sub can't stop it. And so he just needs to be constantly swapping lanes.
Evo Hunter will ground the Skeleton Barrel, feeding the Skelly King on defense, and so early ability popped by Mugi's champion.
Hunter staying just alive to get one last shot on top of the RG. Arrows coming down. Cannon cart not going to get on top of the tower or anything, but should be able to clean up everything fairly nicely. And so subs counter push, kind of limping along at this point.
4 HP is the separator with 90 seconds left. Evo Mortar sets up in the defensive position. And Sub should be gearing up for another Royal Giant push here in just a moment. Maybe gonna let this one, there we go. Decides to put it in front of the low health Hunter. The reflection of the Monk onto the Mortar doing its work. Do we see another Mortar? Mortar up high. Mugi trying to get double value. Not gonna be able to get on tower for this one. Does get taken off by an opportune Electro Spirit. 52 seconds left. Dual lane pressure for Mugi.
Right there, the Spirit Goblin still getting some chip damage on top of the tower. Arrows coming in to take care of some of the rest of the troops. And that Monk just staying alive just a little bit is going to make Sub's life considerably easier.
RG should get one. And it does. 8:07 remaining. Lead for Sub. Can he do it? Can he take out the two-time world champion?
Mugi just praying that he can get his troops on top of the tower. The bar barrel does get missed by a little bit. It's not going to be enough, though. 878 to 700. Going to cycle as quickly as he can, but so will Sub. And Sub going to take it 2-0 against Mugi.
A clean sweep for Sub to make it into the top 4. What a performance for last year's runner-up. Or last year's top 4, I mean. Last month's runner-up. And this taking him into the top 4 guarantees him at least 70 points. And he will continue to fend off some of the people chasing him on that leaderboard. What a game for Sub, Josh.
Yeah. There's just something about his gameplay. It's so consistent, so few mistakes. We saw it with game number 1, where he finally was allowed a Golden Knight activation on top of the tower. The small things like the Magic Archer that took out the Witch and the Goblin Hut. Game number 2, it really does show the strength of the Monk. It felt like every single time Mugi was kind of doing the right thing, but the Monk would stay alive with just a sliver of HP. The amount of Monks that got the ability off with less than 10% health was like 3 or 4. And when all those small things are going your way, it's just common where you're going to get the victory at the end. And kind of an interesting deck. Only spell, I mean, yes, we have the bar barrel, but only like damaging spell being the rage. It's very interesting to see how Sub set up both of his decks really with just the snowball and just the rage.
But using them really well. And, you know, we didn't get to a game number 3, but you think about a spell situation here, bar barrel, rage, snowball, all that's used. And again, another thing that's going to make it pretty difficult for anyone to put him on something for game number 3. He didn't need to go any deeper than that, right? He didn't need to get more of it, but he ended up putting himself in a great spot, getting the win on both of these. And Mugi kind of back to the drawing board here. Have to go home with points in hand. Sure, he's going to end up in that kind of top 6 range after 2 months of gameplay, but maybe has to go back and rethink how he's approaching these top tier matchups.
Yeah, there's something about that game number 2 deck that I just don't like. I don't know if it's just in comp where I don't think it's strong enough. There's just something off with it. It needs 1 different card, maybe 2 different cards. I think there's better mortar variations. I think one of the biggest problems is that I believe that the Skeleton Barrel is one of the best Evos in the game. But the problem is it's so good that everybody's kind of worried about it. So they have 2 or 3 different answers. And when you have multiple responses to it, something as good as it is becomes kind of lackluster. And I just don't really think it should be used in any competitive matches. And I'm sure I'm going to get proven wrong, but until I am, I'm going to say that.
No, I like you sticking to your guns on that one. And Josh, let's take a look at I think we're getting the replay up here in just a moment for the ending sequence. And I'll give you some drawings as we're talking about it. Josh, the whole game was taking place way up here, but then I was doing my hands earlier on, and we're coming up to a sequence here where we're going to see the gameplay shift from this center line, and suddenly we're going to find everything happening down here. Talk us through how it happens.
Yeah, so right here, one thing that I would really want to look at is that, like, this E was, as soon as it happened, I was thinking, he's placing it inside the poison. That's not great, but it got as much value as it did, and it was able to stay alive. And then just a massive push coming in. Just tower damage. We're talking on top of the Witch, on top of the Skellies. That's exactly what you want to see. And we're going to see it in about 10, 15 seconds. Mugi's going to put a poison down right here. And I just think he was down a little too much. I think he needed to go in with the Graveyard. I think that was the exact play, because then it forces him to defend. He can't go in with the Snowball. Instead, we see the poison, and we see too much chip damage coming in from Sub, and he's going to be able to win the game and take the tower.
And so you had kind of this classic idea of where does this game want to take place, and Sub decided where the fight would be had and got the win. And he'll move on, and he's guaranteed a spot in our top 4, and that guarantees him, like I said before, at minimum 70 points on this competition, which we only have 4 of these monthly finals, Josh. That's one thing to think about. While we do have the 12 players going to World Finals, we do have all these leaderboard spots, there are very limited opportunities to build these points. So at the end of today, we will be halfway through our regular season. Wow. And creating those big point gaps. I mean, it's very possible that even without a win today, the Sub will have almost locked in a World Finals berth purely based off his performance in the first 2 months.
Wow. Yeah, that is crazy to think about, but I mean, it's absolutely going to be close. He has 140, 150, whatever it is, amount of points already. There's only going to be a few players that are even going for that mark. So yeah, I mean, Sub has to be feeling absolutely incredible. Already locked in a top 4. This is very impressive to see what Sub has been able to do, and very happy for him and very happy for us, because we're gonna get another matchup, and it feels like this is the first matchup where the community is kind of undecided. It's within that 60-40 range, and I feel like most of the time we look at these, it's 90-10 for this player. It's nice to see the community confused as well.
Well, and I'm very curious about the voting here, and I'm wondering how much of that is fans in Japan who are staying up middle of the night here to vote for Kita, because so many people. I'm wondering, is this fans of Katashian? Is this lack of confidence in Sandbox? Sandbox has been consistent and has been in the mix in solo CRL for the last few years. Katashian is making his first real appearance on the CRL stage, like first significant one in a while, but the voting continuing to, as we see the chart go back and forth here, this edge to Katashian may be a little surprising to me from the community.
Yeah, I would have to agree, and there you go. Sandbox moving ahead in the polls, 51% to 49%. I mean, we take a look at his games. His first set of yesterday was getting swept by Mugi, so obviously not really something to, how do you really look at that and say that's anything against him as a player? Then he sweeps Oelon, and then, and then he swept Ruben into sweeping Oelon. So, yeah, everything that he's done, it should show him as the betting favorite, in my opinion.
Well, and you also look at his history competitively. He missed the last 2 World Finals, and I can't really hold missing 2024 World Finals against anybody. With 8 slots, it was just the most difficult World Finals to make by far. And 2023, he missed it by kind of a hair. He was very close. Ended up winning DreamHack that year, one of the DreamHack competitions in CRL or in Clash Royale. So Sandbox did have some good live performance in 2023, but solid outings at World Finals, both in 21 and 22. Made it top 12 in that field of 32 in 2021. Made it top 6 in the field of 16 in 2022. So we'll see how Sandbox holds on. And for those of you who didn't get it yet, remember we do have the QR code for our first drop still available on screen on the left-hand side.
Sandbox going to be using a quick cycle hog with the Mighty Miner instead of the Monk, instead of some of the other champions that we're used to seeing. And this Firecracker and this hog getting so much chip damage and still staying alive.
Does he protect this Firecracker or let it go down? He does let it go down and decides to bank the Elixir, being behind a little bit overall on Elixir. Ahead on damage, though. Sandbox having chunked away. And for those of you watching, Sandbox is playing from the bottom of the screen, Katashian from the top, even though we see Sandbox on the top in the red and Katashian on the bottom of the blue. So keep your eye on the game screen rather than on the player screen here to make sure you keep it track.
Huge E-Spirit coming in from Sandbox. I was wondering if he had the E-Spirit or the Ice Spirit. Instead, a pretty easy defense for him. And Katashian, last card being Poison. It's a very strong deck, but you really need absolute perfection coming in from yourself. You're going to be winning by the 200 HP, the 300 HP type of games. And so for him to already take this huge chunk of damage, it's very worrisome if you're a Katashian fan.
And now we got everything properly aligned. And, you know, Josh, as I'm looking at this one, thinking about some of the all-time greatest glow-ups in Clash Royale card history. And obviously the Wall Breakers, certainly one of them. You were playing in that 2019 season when they got changed from 3 Elixir to 2 and suddenly went from an oddity to a mainstay of the meta. Any other cards that kind of stand out to you as some of the biggest glow-ups in CRL or in Clash Royale history?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I don't want to cheat and use evolutions, because then you get to say, oh, you know, the Wizard, the Witch, all of those cards.
Sure.
If we're saying Bar Barrel used to be 3 Elixirs, so that's something. Why am I thinking bars? I'm going to have an answer for this eventually. I can think of glow downs super easily. When I think of glow downs, I think of the skeletons. Though it used to be 4 of those guys, now it's just 1. Right here, I mean, Sandbox getting a ton of chip damage once again, getting the tower down to 416. He just struggles so much against the offensive pressure from Sandbox. The Firecracker puts in work every single time it gets put down on the field.
You know, I'll say too that we see on screen right now. You talk about the skeletons. Well, they were supplanted in many ways by the goblins. People just finding more value out of their abilities and out of their strength. And then another one that kind of stands out to me. Hold on one second as we check out is the Knight. The Knight getting just a little bit beefier, and forget even stop talking about the Evo side of it. The Knight just getting a little bit tankier, a little bit beefier was huge, and it kind of supplanted what was a mainstay in the Ice Golem as a part of decks like this Hog deck.
Yeah, the Knight is definitely a super fun one. And it's too bad for you. I mean, I'm sure you'd love the Ice Golem. How do you like the Ice Golem? It recently got buffed in the most recent balance changes. Am I right?
Sure. How many Ice Golems have you seen today?
Okay.
And there's I think there's the answer to the question. I think Expo players might be the only ones who are super excited about Ice Golem, and maybe not even then as well. So I don't know. I think that as you mentioned the Evos, I think we'll have to wait for an Ice Golem evolution to really feel that. Although they already have kind of the blueprint. Take the Clash of Clans look of the Ice Golem, more with all the weird crystals and stuff in it, and they can apply that same idea. So maybe we'll see what something happen to my little crunchy feet guy one of these days. But until then, I think he will be relegated to an oddity.
You know, it's really too bad, but like one of the biggest memes in the community right now is that like you have like a sneaky golem, and so people are taking the ice golem out of Hog 2.6 and then throwing in golem. So we're seeing it even less than we were previously.
Yeah, yeah. No, we've seen some pieces of that. I think I remember one time someone in a late, maybe it might have been late 2018, if I remember correctly. Someone ran 2.6, but with golem instead of hog. It feels like a thing that you would do, but I don't remember who did that.
Yeah, I usually would stick to like all my cards are 5 elixir. I don't know. I'm a golem for ice golem kind of guy, not a golem for hog kind of guy.
Sure, I feel that. Let's kind of get back into the action in front of us as Sub took game number 1, running the Hog EQ deck. And again, we've seen it happen where both players are running a no champion deck. Here we go, a no champion deck out of Katashian, and it ends up falling once more. So I don't know. I don't know if people will take your thought process. They're the ones obviously playing in the monthly final as opposed to the two of us here, but so far it has not been good for the classic style decks, if you will.
And right here, Sandbox running the chef, so he's running P.E.K.K.A. How he wants to approach this Goblin Cage is pretty interesting, and he's just going to use the arrows on top, and the face cams are the correct way now, so very nice to see that get set up properly.
And what does Sandbox have for the Inferno Dragon? That'll help. Get a little bit of work in from the Goblin Giant. So Sandbox takes the chip lead, now has to deal with a fairly big situation. Fishboy will pull to the middle. And that's a nice barb barrel to try to get some cleanup here, and that E-Giant is going to do some real work on the left-hand side. Arrows come out. Sandbox thirsting for elixir, and now the barb barrel forced to use a rage to clear. Gonna have to distract with skeletons. Does he have them? Goes with the no, has to go bomber up high for the distraction, and we're gonna get some sizzle. That's gonna get deep into the burn. Oh my word! Sandbox might be playing the chef. He's the one who just got cooked.
Right there, Sandbox, it was such an interesting interaction. So we had the E-Giant coming in from Katashian at the bridge. Sandbox does have the Fisherman, but he pulled it into the middle instead of electing to go with the King Tower. And so you have to assume that he expected Katashian to have the NATO in cycle, use the NATO so that way it wasn't going to pull properly. It's a lot of mind games coming from both of these players on how they want to defend. Because Sandbox chose to go and pull it into the middle, he then didn't get the right amount of DPS because Katashian was so quick with the barb barrel. It's incredible to see these pros and the mind games that they just use against each other all the time.
And here goes Sandbox trying to play the, well, whatever, just take my tower, I guess, game. And the sacrifice looks like it's going to work here. And this is why, I mean, there's been a few super cheese decks, of course, the classic Stinky Cheese E-Giant, E-Golem deck that have drawn the ire of some players over the years. But man, Goblin Giant Rage certainly one of those ones where I guess you have to make a choice, right? He made the choice to ignore that left-hand tower, but it's something special that we're still in a game here.
Yeah, and right there, using the lightning and the arrows. And quick with the golden knife, so this Giant is going to make it to the tower. The towers plus the bomber. It's going to take it out, but no, that is a misplaced Goblin Cage. That P.E.K.K.A. is putting in work.
And the bomber gets one more shot in, 409 on the King Tower, and Sandbox going to go pedal to the metal. Has lightning available, clearing stuff out. GG, well played, roar of victory from Sandbox, who eliminates Katashian and puts himself one step closer to victory.
Seeing Sandbox's celebration, I genuinely forgot where I was in that moment. The rush of emotions that he's showcasing after getting a sweep over Katoshi, just getting a sweep again. I mean, he has to feel so great, and it's so weird to talk about that game. The Goblin Giant, is he doing a lot of things right? Is he doing a lot of things wrong? It ended up where it doesn't really matter what I believe, and the P.E.K.K.A making it to the tower. I think a lot of it comes down to the missed Goblin Cage at the very end.
Yeah.
He needed to put it one tile to the side. It would have been able to suck in the P.E.K.K.A, but instead that P.E.K.K.A got a ton of chip damage, and the game was over just like that.
And then you saw Katashian, it was the pocket E-Giant with the Golden Knight to cover, and you felt like, wow, this is a whole lot going on, but you got to play both sides of the board, Josh. And Katashian kind of letting one side of the board get away from him. Sandbox taking a big leap up here, because not only is he now going to be in the top 4 for today, but as we continue that points conversation, top 4 is a minimum guaranteed 70 points. So you add 20 onto the total he came into today, and that's going to leap him all the way over Igor, I believe, and into 7th place on the leaderboard. So this is a pretty big jump for Sandbox, even if he doesn't make it all the way to the golden ticket or silver ticket today. Not only is going to be now in that conversation for that top 6, but even one more win, even making it to top 3, would put him into that golden ticket range.
Yeah, definitely something to look at, something to watch over. And I feel like we're seeing a lot of sweeps today. We saw Sub get the 2-0 over Mugi, 2-0 with Sandbox over Katashian, Mohamed Light 2 over Katashian. This is just a lot of sweeps today, and I wonder if it's a momentum thing, if some of the players are really just aware of how the meta is set up. It's definitely something to look at when you win game 1, just how much that propels you to win the set overall.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you get to play with a little bit more relaxation. You're not as stressed. As things get tight, maybe you can focus a bit more, and also, the game is the game flows back and forth. There's not always an explanation for everything, so we'll see kind of what they have next. We're gonna not take a break, but give a few minutes for Sandbox to prepare for his next matchup, as Sandbox and Sub will be playing for 3rd place. And in our next elimination matchup, as you see getting ready right there, the winner will go on to our lower bracket finals, will be guaranteed a minimum of 3rd place, and on top of that, 80 points. So a win there for Sandbox would propel him into our top 6, into that World Finals area. Sub, a win here would just further his points lead and make him even more locked in. So we'll see how they fare there. And then after that, the big matchup, Lucas and Mohamed Light for the upper bracket finals, to see who will be just 2 wins away from securing their trip to Worlds this year. And man, that's a matchup I'm very pumped about. But Sandbox now has a quick turnaround. And Josh, talk to me a little bit about the reset that gets taken, that is required here for Sandbox to just go ahead and jump right back in to another elimination matchup against Sub.
Yeah, it's one of those really interesting things, because a lot of the times when you're competing, we kind of tell the competitors, keep your emotions in check, and when you get the win, then you get to celebrate. But he's already getting back into another game, so it feels like maybe it was too much celebration, but at the same time, that's also what allows him to compete. So for most people, that celebration would be too much, but knowing who Sandbox is and knowing how much he needs to hype himself up, I actually do really like it. It's like, it's one of those really weird things where I have no idea why I think the way I think, but I like seeing him celebrate, and I think he's absolutely going to be ready when his name gets called for this next set.
So another reminder on how this is working. This is a double elimination tournament. So that's why we talk about the elimination bracket, the lower bracket, and then the championship bracket, the upper bracket. Mohamed Light and Lucas, who we'll be seeing in a little bit. Both of them still have a life to give, having not taken their first loss in this competition. Each of them will have to lose twice to be out, including when we get to our championship, to our overall final. The winner up there will have to be beaten twice. Down below, we have our elimination matchup coming up next. And what's on the line? Well, our 4 remaining players. You see some of that celebration from Sandbox? Well, he took his winnings from 3,000 to a guaranteed 5,000, added 2K with just that win. And the next few winnings will add $2,000 to every time you get a win minimum. So the winner of this one's going to go from 5,000 to at least 7,000, making it to our final at least $9,000. And then the big grand prize, first place, $15,000 to our winner. And we'll talk more about it later. But, of course, nobody has taken home more money as a CRL solo pro than one of the guys in our upper bracket, Mohamed Light, who I want to double check, but I believe he's surpassed $1 million in prize winnings in his career.
Yes, I keep seeing like Wikipedia say only 900. Okay, only 988,000. I keep seeing that screenshot, but I know that it's wrong. I know that he does have over $1 million in earnings. And yeah, any competition over the last 4 years, Mo Light's probably won it.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually go and find that same. Yeah, Wikipedia right now has it at $981,431. But it does feel like that's missing something. Yep. Not entirely sure what, but also I'm going through this list of things that he's won. And my word, this is a really long list of Clash Royale competitions. So according to this list, Mohamed Light's first cash in an official Clash Royale event of any kind, not CRL, was the CWA Cup 2 in 2020, where he won it, listed as an A-tier event. He beat Framcito in the finals. What do you think his winnings were in his first competitive cashing? Winning the CWA Cup in 2020, by the way.
Okay. See, the great part is that, like, I could easily see Mohamed Light's first competition ever, and then it's like, oh, yeah, it was 20,000. I could easily see that be the case. But I want to say it's $250.
No, it was $900 in his first win. This is before those cups ended up getting a lot more money invested in them.
For sure.
But, yeah, he won. And then if you fast forward to his first big cash, that was winning the CRL, the first ever solo monthly final in season 1, where he beat Mini Minter 2-0 and won $20,000. So you're right that he was able to go ahead and take down a much bigger cash after that one. But yeah, it's fun to see the difference, because also a lot of those third party tournaments back then, the total money in them was maybe $3,000 or maybe like $1,000 even, right? It was a much lower prize pool, where over time the prize pool ended up growing, where winning one of those, I'm trying to continue on, but where winning some of those ones would be a few $1,000s for the winner. So it's definitely fun to see the change in growth of competitive Clash Royale over time.
You know, you're saying, oh, that prize pool was so small, but I feel like okay, so for me, Mohamed Light is still kind of a newer pro. Like a lot of the pros that I grew up with, you know, the Hazard CR, you know, Air Surfer still doing his thing, but like the Air Surfers of the world, when we used to compete, when we used to be a part of third-party tournaments, the prize pool, my favorite and my first competition that I ever did, it was, I forgot who it was by, but it was a 10-week season that also included, like, that didn't include the playoffs afterwards, which was another 2 weeks. But it was a 10-week season with 10 different players. The final prize when we won everything was $100 split 10 ways. I worked for 12 weeks for $10.
Love to see the evolution of the game as we get into our third place match and a chance to challenge either Mohamed Light or Lucas for a shot in our grand final. Sub and Sandbox. And you know what? I will say this, Josh. this has maybe been one of the most narrow metas that we've seen in a monthly final. Thinking about the decks that we've seen some variations on RG, some variations on Hog. We've seen the Skelly Barrel Mortar deck. We've seen the Goblin Giant deck, and then like an Electro Giant and that Giant deck once. But I do think this has been kind of one of the narrowest metas in recent memory for a monthly final.
Yeah, I would absolutely have to agree. It's pretty. I can't tell because it's only gonna be for like a month or two. It's definitely not the end of the world. It's not like we're gonna see this be the exact same thing in another 2 months. And so it really is interesting and fun to watch when all these players only have 4 different decks. Like, we're going to see new decks get forced out once it hits the, a best of 5 or something, just because there's only been 4 decks get played so far.
I mean, we've seen Royal Hogs, we've seen some Bridge Spam, we've seen some Drill, we saw Graveyard once. So I'd be remiss if I didn't kind of give the notice of where we've seen some of these other things pop up, but it really has. You've said kind of been centered around these 4 decks, including a lack of bait today, and we did see the one Lava Hound, but so maybe it's more perception than reality when I'm talking about a narrow map.
And right here, this is a pretty strong push. The Bar Barrel, it's really strong on defense. It's going to be kind of terrible on offense. And Sandbox's entire game, it felt like he was just doing whatever he could to apply, like, kind of fake pressure. It wasn't real pressure. Sub always had a consistent answer to it. And this was just kind of a weird match to watch and to commentate for. I'm not a big fan of Sandbox's deck, and we're hitting the point where it's just easy for these RGs to make it on top of the tower.
And that reflection is going to chew up a lot of what Sandbox was hoping for on defense. Boss Bandit doing her job to hold the line at the bridge. This Fisherman totally healthy. And so now with a 3 elixir advantage, we'll see if Sub can continue. And yeah, that's going to be enough to finish this off. GG, well played. Game number 1 for Sub, and never broke a sweat despite the sweatshirt.
Yeah, Sub, absolutely phenomenal game. There was several times. It's just I don't really understand the concept of what Sandbox was thinking. Even when it comes from the deck to the gameplay, it just felt like there was a little something off, maybe. And this is not saying that, the admins didn't give him enough time, because he clearly had enough time, but it felt like he needed like another 2-3 minutes to workshop something. It was too hard for him to defend the RGs, and then he wasn't even playing it correctly. He was stacking everything when his opponent had Fireball and Cycle. I just wasn't super impressed, and this is the first time that I'm feeling this way watching Sandbox.
Well, Sub continuing his winning ways after a kind of show-out season last year, and now, it's interesting to talk about. Like, I feel like it's been a while since we've truly had new blood injected in this way. Now, obviously, calling Sub new blood after what he did last year is maybe a little bit misleading, but for a very long time, we kind of had a core that was dominating the top of this, and we'd have like people here and there. But now here we are in game number 2, and Sub is now 1 win away from kind of locking in this a top 3 on the leaderboard, and really maybe kind of pushing some, like, locking in. I have to go do math and see exactly how everything would work out going from here to our next 2 months. But Sub now with a win here will kind of cement himself as one of the new dangerous top people in CRL, it feels like.
Yeah, we definitely are going to have to put even more respect. I don't want to say respect on his name, because we have been respecting his name this entire time. But it's wonderful what he's been able to accomplish last year, years prior. And then this year, it's just like nothing has changed for him. It's just consistent day in, day out. Let's go to work. Let's make sure that I'm doing well in all of these tournaments that I possibly can do. And I mean, we see it in his gameplay, but also his deck's chosen. It feels like it's just at least giving himself an opportunity to win every single time. And there's so many players where even when we take a look at Sandbox's game number 1 deck, he never had an opportunity to win. Sub makes sure that he always has an opportunity.
When we talk about a guy, and we talk about New Blood, his competitive career didn't really start until 2022, and he only played a couple of events, right? He played in GKR as like a lower, lower sub, a substitute player for sub. Did a little bit of Royale Masters in that time, but really 2023 was kind of the kickoff of his real competitive career, and he had some good moments here and there in 2023, but was again still just kind of on the outside looking in as a semi-pro. And then last year, big breakout season, having multiple appearances on the monthly final last year, and made his way to Worlds, top 4 finish, and suddenly Sub is a real factor in the competitive Clash Royale conversation.
And right there, and not a huge fan of the Skeleton Dragons. It felt like it was a little bit too easy to clean up. The Goblin Cage, in response to the Bridge Hog, is going to put in a ton of work, but Sandbox does have the lead right now. The Evo Wizard and the Evo Tesla definitely going to create some problems for Sub as he tries to get across. It's going to be interesting to see what the last 2 cards are for Sub. We have to assume arrows are probably going to be one of the cards for Sub. And then I just can't tell if it's going to be a Valk or if it's going to be a Loon. I'm really hoping to see Loon come in from Sub.
Well, some time to see as the Lava Hound sets up in the back. Mega Minion making an appearance in this deck as well, which is, you know, your line Mega Minion was at one point in every other deck, and that's changed dramatically. And it is the Evo Valk. Arrows clear, get the shield off.
Yeah, just a little too early with the arrows, though. He would have been able to take out the Tesla had he been a 10th of a second later. Instead, not going to change too many things because the Skeleton Dragons are going to be protected. And the tower is locked onto the lava. That is massive for Sub right here.
Monk does go for the reflection late, and none of the pups, it felt like maybe the top pup would turn to the tower. They don't. And so what was a continuous threatening push, not quite as bad for Sandbox, although Elixir lead still potentially there. Cage high, needs to stop this hog. Evo Valk will do its job. Sandbox probably has one good defense left that he needs to make. Does he hog under this? Or does he just have to hold off against it?
Sandbox doesn't have a ton of elixir right here. Sub electing to go in with the Skeleton Dragons instead of something different. And Sandbox shaking his head. Sub with the 2-0 sweep. Absolute perfection at the end of his game. Showcasing, his Supercell water bottle. Always got to show off the water bottle. And
the swag.
Yeah. Sub 2-0 right there. I gotta say, a little bit of shock that Sandbox didn't try and cycle the Earthquakes. I thought he had time at the end of the game to try and go on offense right there.
Top 2, the runner-up and silver ticket winner in our first month. Now top 3 locked in for Sub here in month number 2. And now he just sits back and sees who he'll be facing up. Will he get another shot at Lucas? Or will he have to defend his life against Mohamed Light? We'll see that in a little bit. Man, Sub, you know, the RG play worked out well. And then talk to me about this Lava versus Hog matchup. Early on, it felt like you were really feeling good about Sandbox, and then things changed.
Yeah, I think Sandbox did an absolutely incredible job early on to recognize how to play the matchup. Sub spent a little bit too much elixir. Sandbox was able to go all in at the exact right time, get the tower down low, but then he never put the game away. It wasn't enough constant pressure, and that's kind of what you need to do against Lava. You need to make sure that you're taking the towers before overtime hits, because then once it gets to a one, like you need the 1-1 game instead of just the 0-1 game sometimes. I would have liked to see more pressure and then allowing the Evo Wizard to take things out slowly. Instead, it felt like he was trying to take everything out quickly, and you're not totally worried about the lava. It's okay to take 700 damage from the lava chip damage if you're going on and you have offensive pressure. It was just always defense, 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 and never any offense.
So Sub locks it up against Sandbox, and we're going to do a full accounting of the points later today as we wrap up our broadcast after we know the full lay of the land, because we also are going to have somebody with a golden ticket and be taken out of the points leaderboard. Right now, coming into today on that points leaderboard, you have the 3 people who are now remaining, Sub, Lucas, and Mohamed Light. Those are the top 3 on points. So one of those will be taken out and make some room for others to move up into that point leaderboard. And we'll, of course, be able to know more once all of this shakes out. Sub began his journey against Hugo. Hugo got the win, and then same thing against Ruben in our second round. Then faced some adversity, taking the L against Lucas. But since then has been great, defeating the 2-time world champion Mugi. Now a 2-0 victory over Sandbox. And now just has to wait and see if he can make more magic happen against 2 legends in the game, as we're going to turn our eyes to one of our all-time favorite matchups. I can't say it enough, Josh. Lucas and Mohamed Light. Maybe the most iconic matchup of the solo era, if you will.
Yeah, I gotta give it number 2. I gotta put Mugi and Mohamed Light as my number 1, just because they have the World Finals. But as a close number 2, I have, of course, Mohamed Light and Lucas. Both of these players so talented, such good friends. Both of them work with so many different members of the community, and so many of them just help the community grow. It's not just that these guys are super talented, super great guys, but they're always, active on social media, always trying to make sure that the game is as healthy as possible. These are the 2 best guys for the community right now, and the way they just want you to play Clash Royale. When I think of Lucas and I go to his Twitter and I see him talk about this card, I'm like, oh, I want to see if his thoughts are kind of my thoughts. He makes me play Clash, and there's so few players that are like that today, where it's just very exciting to see them face off against each other.
Well, they'll be going to that one in just a couple of minutes. And also, of course, stick around, everybody. Our next drop is also very close coming. So we already had one big drop here on stream, another one coming up not too far off. So if you haven't already done that, of course, the QR code for the first drop, you can go backwards on the stream. Oh, it's actually right down there. It's right down below me. The QR code for the first drop is still right there below me. The second drop of the day, not far off as well. So stick around for the Clash Royale action. Stick around for the rewards. Stick around for the hang with me and Josh. Lots more coming up. And we've actually kind of, I say lots more, Josh. We have barreled through this day. We only started about 2.5 hours ago, and we're already down to our top 3 because those players have been so dominant in the matchups they've faced.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's sweep after sweep after sweep. And I don't really understand it, because we've been talking a lot about how the meta is like kind of, I mean, we're going to see different decks get used, but it's a lot of RG, a lot of Mortar, a lot of Hog. But it's still just 2-0 every time. Usually you'd think that would mean a lot of game 3, so pretty interesting to see that. And then it's just always hilarious to bring up these kind of things, and then the previous game was something incredibly different with the Lava Lightning. So it always makes you feel bad when you're trying to bring that up as a point.
I'm enjoying the voting here as often as it goes. Mohamed Light the heavy favorite, 91% to Lucas's 9%. And I wouldn't give Mo the 90-10 or the 91-9 matchup against Lucas, but it's a binary vote. You either vote one way or the other.
Right.
And people going ahead and putting their 1 next to Mohamed and their 0 next to Lucas here. When you think about this matchup, Josh, one thing I want to call out, though, is that the one person who really has done a great job of shutting down Mohamed Light in these monthly finals is Lucas. And that's kind of when I talk about this being an iconic CRL solo era matchup. Yes, we've seen Mohamed Light and Mugi do it on the biggest stage, and they're both champions. But if we keep it in mind, yes, Mugi beat Mohamed for the championship in 21, but then in 22, it was Mohamed beating Morton. And then in 23, it was Mugi, I want to say Mugi beating Pedro. And then in 24, it was Mohamed beating Riley. So these two, while they're the two champions, the two times, they don't come head-to-head the same way that Lucas and Mohamed have. And more importantly, what Lucas has done to beat Mohamed Light in monthly finals is a big standout to me as well.
Yeah, it's okay. So I definitely see your point, and then I just want to say, especially if we're talking about only monthly finals, there's nothing bigger than these two. It really is truly just beautiful Clash Royale every single time, and I gotta say, I'm so excited. I don't want to see. I've always been checking out Lucas and Mohamed Light when they play their games to figure out what decks I like best. Lucas ended up losing with some sort of Loon Mega Knight, Spirit Empress, which is one of the Spirit Empress decks that has been used. I don't want to see that from him. I just want to see quick cycle from both of these players. Let's see as many troops get played on the field and who can just win those tiny little interactions. This is it. This is Lucas for Mo.
And our first time seeing Lucas play Lumberjack on the day, and King Tower activation will be pretty easy for Mohamed. It is one of the interesting things about the change in Lumberjack. I guess overall, but that's been when the Rage got changed and doing damage, and how that turned Lumberjack into a King Tower activator.
Yeah. And right there, a little smile coming in for Mohamed Light when he saw the healer. Not many players willing to use that card. Mohamed Light going to go with a somewhat balanced RG deck. Lucas, on the other hand, it looks like it could be Golem. It still could be E-Golem. There's a few different variations of this deck. I'm thinking it might be Golem, which would be absolutely insane.
Electro Dragon is so fun. The battle healer, obviously something we don't see very often anymore, and pumping RG at the bridge immediately.
Skeleton Dragons only going to lock on to 2 of the Goblins, so this tower is going to be almost taken out completely. With the help of the Lumberjack, it's going to stay just alive, but tower down to 460, but that's okay if you're Lucas. You could have lost the entire tower. As long as you protect that pump, as long as you're making sure that you're going to be able to gain that elixir that you need, Lucas should be placing it down, and there we go, Golem. First Golem probably of the tournament, probably of the year.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting stuff to say the least. Evo Electro Dragon behind the Golem will clean all that up, and Mohamed gonna put a fireball on that, but now he's got a battle healer, a Golem, an Evo Lumberjack, an Evo Electro Dragon. That Monk's not going to do anything to reflect here, and the Evo does die on the Electro Dragon. Golem drops. Lumberjack trying to make more happen, and now Lucas just trying to pile on the bridge. He gives a shake of a head as that did not work out.
Yeah, I love the concept. I love the idea coming in from Lucas. One of the tiny little mistakes when he dropped the healer, it was outside of the range of the E-Drag, so the E-Drag ended up getting taken out pretty easily. And you just know that Mo is too smart. He's going to place a troop that's going to redirect how your other troops look. Lucas tried to get the NATO in with the E-Drag, get everything chaining, but Mohamed Light 4 steps ahead, it felt like, in that game, and he was able to take the very easy win. I like the idea. I like the concept from Lucas, But Mo, he's just too smart, too talented.
Well, I like it even more, and we forgot to set the stage for this one, but we are now in our best-of-5 rounds. All the remaining matchups are BO5s, and you saw those 5 spots for crowns on the right-hand side. So what I like even more about it from Lucas is taking a deck that's using a bunch of cards that you're really not going to see anywhere else, right? You're not going to Golem and Battle Healer. Those are not cards that are critical to any other deck at all. So taking a risk, seeing if you could steal a win with some very low use cards, not only does that give you that opportunity, but now as we get deeper into the championship rounds, round 4 and round 5, assuming that Lucas does win one of our next 2 games, he's now got more options open to him in those later rounds than Mohamed.
Okay, yeah. With the addition of knowing that it's a best of 5 now, totally love this idea. I think it's a pretty cool way to try and get around losing so many cards. And
5 cards. 5 cards. Look, the Battle Healer, the Skeleton Dragons, which are the Skelly Drags are like an edge, right? Like you could say that they have value, but you've even commented today a couple times. You're like, Skelly Drags, what? So Golem, Pump, Battle Healer, Electro Dragon. 4 cards that you're really not worried about anywhere else, and even Skeleton Dragons, not one you're. So that's he burned the NATO, the Guards, and the Lumberjack. Pretty much left the majority of the meta available to him. Whereas now, when you look at Mohamed Light's side, Fireball gone, Electro Spirit gone, Barb Barrel gone, Goblin's gone. Those are core cards. And yes, the other 4 are RG deck cards, but really it does feel like I love the gamble that Lucas took here, and I don't even think it worked out that poorly for him yet.
I would definitely have to agree. So as we head into game number 2, Mo Light going to be running the E-Wiz plus the Snowball. Lucas on the other side going to be running some variation of the Mortar. Without it being the Cannoneer, you have to kind of assume it's going to be like a Fireball version. Some of them run Skeleton King, but usually when it's Princess Tower, it's not the Skeleton King versions.
Lucas controlling the Magic Archer as it stayed alive for quite a long time. Snowball gets him clean up, but Lucas does get that initial chip on the right-hand lane. 25-66. Knight will go down first minute away. Lucas might have wanted one Knight swing there. Either way, he comes out ahead both in damage and elixir.
Mortar coming in once again from Lucas. Question is he going to try and protect it or not? And we see one more shot from the Mortar. He's not really trying to get any offensive pressure with getting it on tower, but he wanted to keep it alive so that way the E-Wiz would be taken out. I like the idea, and now you have one little Spirit Goblin that does force out a Golden Knight, just one little Spirit Goblin doing its job.
Little Prince setting up, so champions on both sides here. Also, another note for the deck that Lucas ran in game number 1, no champion used. So you think about all those pieces, and I'm very curious. And I love, man, this feels like a bit of a throwback here, but getting a chance to see, I think it's our first giant skeleton of the day.
Yeah, and right here, Lucas should be able to clean that up very nicely with the Knight. As good as the giant skeleton, it feels like it just doesn't get as much value as it like tells you that it's going to get. When you place it down on the map, sometimes you can get the 5 elixir worth of value, the 6 elixir worth of value, but it's so hard to get positive trades, and I feel like it's still missing something. I've actually been running a lot of giant skeleton recently, trying to make it work, and it just feels like it doesn't work very often.
Fetch just isn't going to happen, Josh. Here we go. 20 seconds left. Giant skeleton holding up at the top. This Mortar going to have to get picked up by the guards from Mohamed. And Evo drill in. And starting to chip away and open up the lead is Mohamed Light. 15-56. Lucas needs to find some way to create some damage. You can get creative and try to plan for those later rounds, but the number one thing, Josh, is you have to get there.
Yeah, and right there, Lucas, I mean, just struggling to get on top of the tower. Mohamed Light hasn't shown one of his cards, probably going to be the Tornado. And, I mean, these defensive snowballs always putting in work, but this is a pretty big push. One of the goblins on top of the tower striking away and again locking on, and again another shot. Lucas finally taking the lead, and Mohamed Light searching for answers.
I think Lucas wanted to get the King Tower activation there with the placement, but I think he needed a bit more to get that Magic Archer in space. But he does have the lead now after that connection on the left-hand side. And Lucas starting to try to put a little bit more offensive pressure here. Doesn't quite get the connection on the extra splash damage. Final minute, triple elixir. And Giant Skeleton sets up to the right-hand lane for Mohamed Light. Lucas goes in on the left.
Little Prince in the middle is going to try and take out the Ewus as best it can. And another Evo Mortar. It feels like when Lucas plays Mortar, he's got a 0.5 cycle evolution. I have no idea how he's able to get so many of these Mortars up on the board.
Drill in for Mohamed Light. Bar Barrel to pick up. 2 Mortars on the board. NATO for Mo trying to make enough room for damage. Not quite enough to take the lead. Fireball down, perfectly timed. Gonna get a ton of skeleton damage, and Lucas ties things up in game number 2.
Beautiful offensive pressure the entire game from Lucas. Had multiple mortars up once it hit triple elixir. And Mohamed Light, as good as he is, as aware as he is, he was never able to feel comfortable inside the deck. A lot of the times when you're running these bridge spam, these drill NATO magic archers, you're winning these bridge battles, and he never won the bridge battle whatsoever. He never had the opportunity to magic archer, get chip damage on the tower. It was always just defense, defense, defense with maybe a drill or two, and it was just so well played from Lucas.
Well, you were talking about the cycle ability of Lucas getting the mortars down pretty consistently, and everything changed when he got an Evo mortar lock on the left-hand side. Yep. You saw the goblins get away, get a little bit there, and then that Evo mortar just enough to suddenly change the conversation a bit. And as soon as that happened, we saw this massive momentum swing going his direction. And you talk about the elephant in the room, the giant skeleton in the room, I guess. And maybe it's a feature of BO5s, right? You got to go a little deeper into the card pool when you're talking about having to field 5 decks of 8 cards rather than just 3. And I have to imagine that maybe Skeleton King wouldn't have made that appearance in a best of 3, Josh.
Yeah, you have to assume it just... I don't really understand it. The bulk is incredible. Maybe if there was like a buff to the bomb, just something about it, it wasn't enough. And Mohamed Light using the Evo drill, using the Evo snowball. Problem is, like, a lot of his cards, they're really, really strong. So, I mean, it makes sense, but every time you lose, it can be so impactful where you just used 4 of your favorite cards, and now you no longer get to choose that. You always have to be so careful with how you set up these decks.
Well, now when you think about, from Lucas's standpoint, game planning going forward, NATO, Snowball, Barb Barrel, and the Fireball all gone. So in one direction, you have Log EQ-based decks, most likely a Hog deck. You have Poison-based decks. You have Lightning-based decks. You're trying to cover kind of a lot of bases there, but also any Lightning-based deck is not going to be a Royal Giant deck, right? So thoughts on kind of what you do in Game 3 now, looking to cover some of the directions that are available for Mohamed?
So let's start with Lucas. Lucas didn't run a champion in game number 1, only used the Little Prince in game number 2. He has basically anything and everything that he wants. It's really well done for him. Being 1-1 right now is exactly what he was looking for. Mohamed Light, on the other hand, with the RG, with the Evo Snowball gone, he's really going to start struggling. You have to know that Hog is in there and Mortar is in there, but he's still going to need one more card, and even those decks are probably going to struggle with a few swaps coming in. I don't know. This is just so advantageous for Lucas right now. There's very few times where the series is even, whether it be 0-0, 1-1, whatever it is, and the other player looks like the favorite, right now, Lucas is probably the favorite.
Ice Spirit for Lucas, Rage in response from Mohamed Light. So Lucas opting for some quick cycle, it seems. Mohamed going the opposite direction.
Delivery on top of everything gets a ton of value right there. And the Ghost fully taken out. Lucas taking a little bit of chip damage, but now is aware of Mohamed Light's deck. Sometimes those Mother Witches at the very beginning of the game can take 2,000 HP worth of damage because you're just not prepped for it. And now he absolutely is.
And Lucas able to very early, knowing not only no NATO, but no Fisherman. So you can really get some more creative minor placements early on in the game. And a second appearance for our newest member of the Clash Royale universe.
I have to say that was a very interesting push, and it still forced out a lot of elixir from Lucas. Going in with the Mega Knight plus the Inferno Dragon, it cost him 11 elixir. He got his Evos in cycle, and it forced out 10 elixir worth of defensive response from Lucas. So I had no idea Mega Knight Inferno Dragon at the bridge was as strong as it was in forcing out responses.
And Ram Rider sets up on the left-hand lane. Easily handled into the Tesla. And just trying to get little bits of chip here is Lucas. Maybe not quite reading the situation correctly there. And this time Spirit Empress gonna set up with the miner in front.
Delivery coming in on the right side. Wasn't sure if it was going to be placed on the left or the right. And this is where Mohamed Light is finally getting his first big push. Another Spirit Empress, and that's going to stop the Ram Rider before it can even get to the tower. Ice Spirit needs to come down. No Ice Spirit.
Oh, no.
Mohamed Light just takes the tower. Lucas, no response whatsoever. Frustrated is Lucas.
Yeah, Evo Electro Dragon coming in like the oven that you left on and completely scorching that right-hand tower. And I was looking at that going, man, he's really needs to figure out something here in the middle, and didn't. That's the best way to put it. Just let the Inferno Dragon completely run away with it.
Yeah, and it caught me so off guard because I had this like entire 8-second segment where I was going to say, wow, incredible defense. The Ram Rider doesn't even make it to the tower, had it all prepped and prepared, and then all of a sudden the right tower was gone. So that was kind of disappointing. But a beautiful game number 3 from Mohamed Light. And I'm really excited to see. I feel like we only saw maybe like 7 of the cards be shown. I was trying to figure out if he had lightning or what his deck fully was. I thought it was a very creative and clever deck coming in game number 3 from him.
Let's see if I can get a refresh here and see the whole piece. Man, the Inferno Dragon in its evolved form, just the immediate absolute nuking that it did on the right hand side was so devastating. And it's one of those things where you're looking at it, and sometimes I wonder if the brain catches up to some of these changes quickly enough. Right? You have the years, better half of a decade of almost like a sense memory of, hey, I have a moment to deal with that Inferno Dragon, and the Inferno Dragon evolution is relatively new. And just, I'm wondering if there's this moment where Lucas was like, oh, yeah, I have a couple seconds to deal with that. Oh, no, wait, I don't.
Yeah. It really is so strange how the evolutions have just completely changed the game on its head. Evo Inferno Dragon, I Rarely do I ever get it to work, but it is easily one of my favorite cards to use. When you get that interaction that goes right, when you take that tower in 3 seconds, there's nothing that feels better. Your opponent thought they had it, and all of a sudden, before they can even react, you've taken it away from them. Evo Inferno Dragon definitely is my top 3 favorite Evos to play.
And it really shouldn't have had a target. Now seeing it was Rocket was the last card for Lucas in this one. So it was running Minor Rocket Spirit Empress and had a lot of control cards, right? It had the Tesla in its Evo form, had the Ice Spirit Skeletons, the delivery. I would need to go back and see what the elixir situation was for Lucas, and if it was he was too drained or just kind of miscalculated, lost track of things with the Inferno Dragon. But it really shouldn't have had a super viable target with all that was going on for Lucas. But there was one important target, and that was the Princess Tower.
Yeah. Or so they say.
Or so they say. So this kind of changes things a lot. Now Mohamed Light with the 2-game-to-1 advantage as we go into these championship rounds. And he kind of did some of the same things that his opponent did earlier on, right? Throw a little Evo MK in here, maybe change things up a little bit and the giant skeleton in game number 2. So Mo has kind of maybe evened up the card count, if you will, into the meta, into what's actually meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lucas, when you're using all those cards, I feel like that shouldn't be the way you go. I like using the log, the delivery, the Teslas with Hawk. I think that's by far the strongest one that utilizes those cards. This Minor Rocket deck, it is popular for a reason. It is relatively strong, but there are so many times you just auto-lose because of one tiny mistake, which we definitely saw in that last game, and I don't like using that in best of 5s. I think you need stronger and just easier decks in your repertoire.
RG with a Monk Reflection. And let's see if it can get past the DPS. With the Rage, doesn't do it. Lucas maybe overspending here as he'll have to use these archers to try to clean up. Miner goes to the back. Berserker goes to the left. And there are problems all over the board for Lucas.
Yeah, and right there, I think Lucas is trying to activate the King, but I'm pretty sure that interaction, you need to put the... I was taught when I was trying to learn that interaction that you put the Fisherman on the opposite side to bring it across. I don't know, just nothing going right for Lucas so far. Mohamed Light up 2-1 in the best of 5 and just dominating the game so far.
Lucas sets up Monk to the left-hand side. I don't know what the lore is behind the Berserker, but she does look like the Valkyrie's annoying younger cousin.
There it is, you found it. And right there, Mohamed Light just defending these with relative ease. The Berserker just getting the DPS in, helping the Ice Wizard out with its slow. And Lucas, when I look at the matchup and I'm trying to figure out what he needs to accomplish, what he needs to do, I don't know what I see. Mohamed Light's just so talented, and this is such a bad matchup. The Valk, Evo, Ice Spirit, Berserker, and Minor Poison, this is not what Lucas was looking forward to.
And you saw a big shake of the head from Lucas there a minute ago as he was kind of just feeling the pressure of how it's all starting to shake out right now. Gonna play the Fisherman high to pull, but that's just poison value. I think that's one of the other big problems here for Lucas that we're seeing, Josh, is now he's at a stage where he has to defend those miners. He has to give poison value consistently.
Yeah, right here, Lucas doing what he can. Gonna go in with the RG on the right side, but the problem is the Evo Ice Spirit, when that is in cycle, your push is gone. It doesn't matter what you have crossing the bridge. There's just no way it's gonna be able to make it through. This just feels like defeat. I don't see what Lucas can even possibly do.
And just chipping away, and you talk about some of the traits that make Mohamed Light the greatest to ever do it. Patience is certainly one of them, right? You see he knows he has plenty of room, can give up a couple of shots, doesn't need to either super defend, over defend any of these pushes, and doesn't need to put the pressure on offensively heavily either, right? He's not trying to go in really heavy, just happy to take the damage where he can, get a little bit of poison value, get a little bit of minor chip value, and here he gets a whole lot of extra out of that Ice Whiz plus the poison on the mark.
Yeah, and right here going in with the log as well. Fisherman not able to yank. That's going to be another poison down on top of the tower. Probably doesn't even need the log. Probably going to get the log in time. And there we go. Light taking game number 4, 3-1 overall. And having some fun right now. I guess I'd be laughing and smiling too if I'm in Mo's shoes.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Mo's position, you're feeling pretty good. You now took yourself one step closer to, of course, that all-important golden ticket to World Finals. Punching it early, getting it out of the way. Not as early as we're used to with Mohamed Light. Usually he's the first one in, but getting it done in month number 2. And then, of course, if he does end up winning this championship, that $15,000 will take him up to $996,000 officially, according to Wikipedia, on his career earnings. So it would also guarantee him that $1 million because he would be locked into prize money from World Finals. So yeah, Mohamed Light certainly feeling pretty good about it all as we take a look at the way everything went through those 4 games. And it started off really interesting, right? Compelling with Lucas trying to bet big, take a risk in game number 1, and it felt like after game number 2, it had paid off. But game 3, the Inferno Dragon escaped, got on top of the tower in its evolved form, and that thing was gone very quickly, and then able to clean things up and shut things down in game number 4 was Mohamed. So we didn't get to the stressful game 5, but we do, Josh, have at least 2 more opportunities as we have our lower bracket final in a little bit between Lucas and Sub, as we'll give them a few minutes to prepare their decks, and then a grand final. And then, if the lower bracket winner gets the victory, a grand final reset. So we are nowhere near done yet on this Championship Sunday.
Yeah, still plenty of time to enjoy yourself and relax. But here is the one thing that I've been kind of really mulling over for the last couple minutes, and it's that if I'm Lucas, I'm upset that I have to use these 4 decks. Sub now knows that I have this in my collection of decks that I'll try and use. He now has a massive advantage over Lucas. If I'm Sub, I'm writing all of these down. I'm trying to figure out what in my deck slots will actually match up well against it. This is just, it's so brutal having to use 4 different decks. And imagine he had lost game number 5. Then he would have used 5. So Sub, even though he was in the lower bracket, he now becomes the favorite against Lucas, in my opinion.
Lucas wins 3 in a row to kick things off in this tournament, beating Ali and then taking down Oelon, and then an earlier win over the man he'll be facing in a moment in Sub, but then runs into the problem that is Mohamed Light. How do you solve a problem like Mohamed is a question Julie Anders will be seeing in this era. And Lucas not able to do it here, down to the lower bracket finals against Sub. And we're going to give Lucas a couple extra minutes, obviously, to prepare not just 3 decks, but prepare a potential 5-deck matchup against Sub, which is certainly not going to be easy for him. And, thinking about what Sub did last year at World Finals, didn't have to face any of these best of 5s, but did have some quick turnarounds. But it was Lucas who had to prepare a little bit faster, as you had Sub beating LCOP in the lower bracket at Worlds last year, and then Lucas quite similarly losing to Mohamed Light in the upper bracket and having to go face Sub in the lower bracket for that 3rd, 4th place matchup before he went on to lose to Riley. So Lucas has been in this exact same spot before, dropping down and having to quickly make new decks before facing Sub. So we'll see if he can put together a good version of that here again.
Yeah, super. Just waiting with bated breath right now. If there's anybody that can do it, and I was talking about this a little bit earlier, where I feel like Lucas is definitely one of the best players at like swapping 1 or 2 cards to make it his own meta deck instead of what the rest of the community is running. It's going to be him. So as much of an advantage that Sub has, because he hasn't had to show 4 of his decks that he has, it still is Lucas. Like he does this all the time. He competes in so many events. He's absolutely ready for this. So it's still close. It's still, I just have it as 51-49 for Sub over Lucas. And yeah, I really want to see what the community thinks between these two players. That's where my head is really at.
We'll see that vote in a moment, but one thing about this upcoming matchup that is I'm curious about is we saw Sub play in some BO5s obviously last month, and I am curious about the creativity aspect here, right? We know that Lucas can do some crazy things. We saw him just do it against Mohamed Light, and it almost paid off, maybe a misstep here or there. And we don't know as much about Sub and how he reacts to some of those more creative concepts and how he digs in to that creativity. I mean, we've seen Lucas do weird stuff in Clash Royale when he wants to for a long time. So I'm certainly when he came out last time, and let me go ahead and find the results from last month when Sub made his run trying to get into, where are we on this one? I'm trying to track down our last recent, that's all from this one, Dragon League Edition Finals. Here we go. And so Sub in the last one, he played 2 best of 5s. He played a best of 5 against Vitor, and it was a pretty straight up and down matchup. No one did anything crazy in this one, right? It was Vitor played a bait deck with wall breakers. He played double bait. He played minor MK Prince, and Vitor won that one. Vitor played Hoggy Q, and these are sub decks. Sorry, and Sub played a bridge spam deck. So he didn't have to do anything that creative, and his opponent wasn't doing anything that creative. And just a quick note here, folks. We'll get back to the deck discussion in a second. But second reward drop you can see on screen. So go ahead, use that QR code for in-game rewards. Those of you hanging out with us here, checking out all the action, some free stuff for you inside the game. So you can either scan it if you're watching it on a computer screen right now, or you can also take a screenshot with your phone and use that if you're watching on your phone or tablet or other mobile device. But back to the conversation. Sub was facing Vitor, and Vitor ran bridge spam, pretty right up and down bridge spam, drill, minor rocket, and another bridge spam deck. So either way, and you look at the same thing against the Ian matchup, Ian didn't do anything super outside the box, and neither did Sub. So I'm really curious about how this plays out with Lucas. We've seen already that he's willing to go outside the box in these best of 5s, and how does Sub react to that as we go through this best of 5 progression?
Yeah, it feels like a lot of the times when it's the first monthly final or even the second monthly final, so we could definitely see it in this one, but a lot of the players are a little bit more cautious. They're unwilling to take the risks because they don't recognize if you have a month to make it, you have to make it. You're not going to get a ton of opportunities unless you're Mohamed Light. If you are making it to the top 8, the top 4, the top 2, you take those risks because that's the reason why you are just, if you want to set yourself up for success, risks are the way to go. So I wouldn't be shocked if we still see, some regular decks coming in from Sub. And I think it would probably make more sense that if it happens starting next month. Oh my goodness, this dash has just been incredible.
My word.
Yeah, but Lucas teaching everybody how to play Boss Bandit apparently. And let's head into game number 1.
And again, that QR code on the left-hand side of your screen still active to give you your rewards in game, so go ahead and get them. And Luke is starting to set up. Cannon will pick up the battle ram.
Very good wall breakers. The correct one going in front, so that way it forced out a response from Lucas. Couldn't allow just the tower to take out one of those. And Goblin Barrel coming in from Sub, forcing out the cannon cart in response. So Sub getting the right tower down just a little bit and still has his towers untouched.
So interesting here. This is, I think, the exact same deck that Sub ran in game number 1 against Vitor in his first ever CRL BO5. And looking piece by piece, and yeah, this is the same deck, same Evos. And I'm curious if Lucas and his team are going to recognize that. This was a situation where Vitor won game 1 in that matchup, also playing a bridge spam deck. It was with the Evo P.E.K.K.A. and no Boss Bandit. It was a Golden Knight in that deck, but kind of almost exactly the same notes as we had when Sub faced Vitor in the same situation last month.
So Lucas, not totally sure about the matchup percentage between these two decks. It's definitely got to be relatively close to even, but this Boss Bandit plus the Ghost, it's just so hard for Sub to have the proper responses, especially with how good Lucas is at activating these abilities. And that is another dash incoming. It is insane. It's like he can press his ability whenever he wants to, almost.
Battle ram down. It's evolved form, cannon cart behind. Zap clears, Ghost clears. One touch. Barb's trying to connect. Cannon cart giving support here. King Tower activation almost happens. And now it's the Evo Barrel opposite direction for Sub.
Barb able to take out one of the wall breakers, so not the end of the world for him. And the Heal Spirit not going with the troops, instead of going to go on top of the tower. And it's still going to get a little bit of chip damage, so that can be important. Right there, kind of a big mistake. There's no way that that's the interaction that he was looking for, is it?
I can't imagine so. 90 seconds left, and now the pressure starting to build here as Lucas starts to go all in at the bridge. Evo Valk looking to cover. The Heal Spirit keeps things alive for a moment. And will this curse turn into success? And it does. Boss Bandit gets on tower, and Sub just backs up and goes, all right, you got me. And he finds himself in back-to-back months using this exact same deck and dropping game 1 to bridge spam.
Yeah, and I mean, the problem is you're not going against somebody random. It's not, he's not just going into a best of 5 against a ladder player, against me, against you. He's going up against somebody he knows and knows well. And so when you're going to repeat that first deck that you used last month, 100% Lucas has looked at that, studied that, and is like, there's no way he's going to do this, but actually just in case. I know this guy. I know that he's willing to do it. He should know that I know that, but just in case, I'm going to make sure that I prep the right deck. And right there, game number 1, had the right deck prepped, played it beautifully. The collection of the Goblin Spell plus the Zap was always played perfectly. He always got the Evo Zap on top of the Dark Goblin, not allowing proper defenses. It was just absolute perfection from Lucas, and Sub just can't make that mistake of using the same deck that he used in the previous month.
Well, the other thing, too, is this kind of gives Lucas some clues into the deck progressions of his opponent now, too, because Sub played this deck last time, and I'm just going to call him out here. The decks he used afterwards, he played a minor MK Prince deck with Archer Queen. He played Hog EQ with Firecracker, and then he played Bridge Spam, P.E.K.K.A. Bridge Spam with Lightning and Rage. So those are the 4 decks, the 3 decks he played after this one. And once you take out the cards you've taken out, I mean, I guess it's not that big of a deal, right? You lose Princess and Evil Valk Cannon, so I guess it doesn't interfere that much. But this, by game number 2, this is going to give, I think, Lucas a pretty clear picture of what Sub's planning for 3 and beyond.
Yeah, and at the very least, he didn't use any sort of champion, and that's definitely something that I've been looking at with all these players. I just feel like there's still enough decks that you can use champions in every single one of them. This one actually being one of the few ones where you didn't even need it. The Evo Valk is definitely good enough on defense. But yeah, Lucas was just too prepped for game number 1. So I'm really hoping that you didn't list off the decks and that he used last month, and then you're going to be able to make that same point next month and listen off the exact same ones. I'm hoping that he comes in with something new, something strange. And I really do expect that from Sub. I know he's a very talented player. He only makes it to these top 4, these top 6s month after month because he's willing to adapt, willing to get ready. So I expect something new from him.
Well, here we go. Hog Rider in game number 2 for for Sub. Now, what I'm curious about, and I'm keeping an eye on it, and no, it's not an exact match. He's varying up the Hog Rider deck because he did play Hog Rider in that deck set, but he played a Boss Bandit variation with the skeleton, or with the guards as opposed to skeletons. So switching things up here as Lucas goes Lava Void. Not on my bingo card for this one.
Yeah, same here. And right now, the Mighty Miner getting a ton of value. Was able to stop the Electro Dragon for a minute, allowing the Tesla to put in work, and then also takes out a lot of the Valve. Question is, how does Sub want to defend this? Could go in with another Mighty Miner? No. Okay, is able to get back to the Tesla. Was thinking that he wanted to go in with a Mighty Miner and pop the ability, but the Tesla works as well.
And slowing things down after the Lava Loon. And with 90 seconds left, it's Sub who takes the first swing, and the hammer does connect. 21-34 to 23-12. And Lucas Lava's into the same lane.
Lucas doing a great job of recognizing how to play the matchup, getting as many Lavas down on the board. We're probably going to see a Void, and we do. And the Void not able to take out more of the Tesla, still getting out quite a big chunk of it. And that's going to be able to reach. So Spirit Empress, I mean, yeah, the Empress doing a great job of taking everything out, and Sub going to be struggling quite a bit right here. Going to retarget to the Tesla, so that Loon is going to put in some work. I would love to see Prediction Arrows, not going to see it because of the Mighty Miner on defense. And that's still just a great response from Sub. I mean, he doesn't have the perfect cards to defend everything, but so far doing an absolute incredible job. Void taking out another one of those firecrackers.
This will be good damage here. This will be good damage here from Sub. But now the Lava Hound setting up with decent elixir. And this feels like, Josh, it might be the push that things change on. Inferno Dragon might be in its evolved form for this push. Loon gets behind the lava. That Tesla been on the board for quite a while here, and here we go. Evolved Inferno behind. Mighty Miner goes for its bomb, but with this Void trying to do some clearing and great job protecting, Firecracker stays up. And while this one didn't do all the damage that Lucas wanted, he's going to come out ahead on Elixir.
Yeah, we see Lucas shake his head. It feels like every single one of Lucas's pushes are almost doing what they're supposed to do. It just feels like there's something missing so far, and that's all the fair play in the world to Sub. I mean, the way he's crafting his defenses has been incredible, but this is definitely going to be one of those things. Can he defend it once again properly? Valk plus Loon taken out again. Sub, beautiful defense.
And the Mighty Miner chewing up a lot of those daggers forces guards to get involved. And now Lucas going 2 lanes. Tesla should be able to get back. Gonna go ahead and defend with the firecracker. Tesla misses, and that drop suddenly changes things up a little bit.
Going in with a Mighty Miner at the bridge. Empress plus guards able to take out a lot of the hog, but it might no. This might just power down. Oh, it is.
Wow.
Lucas cannot stop the hog.
And Lucas again taking risks here, right? Going for this lava loon deck with the void and arrows in here, the Spirit Empress trying to steal a middle of the run game and do it in a way that leaves him really well open for game 4 and game 5. But that's the risk-reward scenario you play in these BO5 duels. And as you said, just really no consistent ability, no consistent answer to stop not just the Hog, but the Hog Mighty Miner combo that was draining those daggers.
Yeah, and I really do have, you know, it's one of those things where had he won, then of course I don't have a problem. Because he lost, of course I do have a problem.
Sure,
but the thing is, the reason why I don't like his deck for game number 2 is that I would have loved to see him get to a 2-0 start. I think you do whatever you can to try and put your opponent away no matter what. You want them to lose their confidence. I love the concept of using one of your best decks in game number 2. Trying to just put away your opponent. I think Lava, Loon, Void, Empress, as fun as it is, as good as it can be against a lot of different decks, I think it's just a tad too weak to use that as your game number 2.
I mean, it's a question, right? I wonder if the game plan for Lucas and company is expecting a minimum 4-game match, right? You're not expecting to go get a 3-game sweep. You feel like you're going to lose one of those. And so making the play of, hey, like we saw in the game against Mohamed Light, one of my early games here, I'm going to use something a little bit different and leave myself with more openings for game 4 and game 5. Try to see what happens. The question is that really belong on game 1, game 2, or does that belong really? Do you do that in game 3 when you're up 2-0 and try to see if you can steal? Right? I see the logic of doing it early on so that you don't give momentum with a swing in the middle, but I do also see the other side of it where maybe you save that sort of move for game 3 if you have a 2-0 advantage.
Yeah, it's definitely something to wonder about. Both of these players, neither of them look like they're talking with their coaches or anything, but I'm sure they're getting word on what to use, and we're hitting these game 3s tied up once again. We saw that in the previous set. Both players just immediately tying it up going into game number 3.
Josh, do you know who everyone's working with this year? I haven't gotten the lay of the land of which analysts and coaches are working with which pros. And, of course, that could change between now and World Finals, obviously, based on who makes it to World Finals and how these relationships evolve. But I don't know if you have any insight on that.
I don't have a ton of insight so far this year. That's definitely something that I need to look into. And next month, I'm telling you, ask me it again. I'll have a brilliant answer for you. So here we are, game number 3. Ice Spirit plus Rage coming out from sub. Lucas on the other side of it, running the Bomber plus Fire Spirit plus Snowball. We saw him use a deck that had similar components where he got that beautiful Evo Snowball in the previous set earlier today. Not using the Evo Bomber this time though, selecting to go a different route. So it's looking like we're going to see Hog go against RG, one of the more famous matchups at this point. Definitely seeing, even with a best of 5, we're still seeing a lot of the same decks that we had been seeing earlier today. Beautiful activated ability. Almost pushes the Monk so far behind that the RG was going to go in front. Not going to be the case though. And the RG, with the help of the Goblins, does force out the Evo Snowball. So still a great push for sub, and he's going to have a 3.5 elixir advantage. Evo RG in cycle. Lucas in a world of hurt after what started out as a good defense, but Sub was just too strong with it.
We'll see what Lucas does to work his way out of this one. And not in a serious hole elixir-wise, but certainly a small one. Decides to poison off the hunter. And that Ice Spirit will just feed that poison.
Beautiful value right there. And Lucas takes the lead with the help of the poison spell. Bomber up top to try and take out as much of the monk as possible. And that snowball, I think it got corrected in its path because of the ability from the monk. Sometimes I can never tell them.
Slow down play from the snowball does create some knockback. Lucas able to hold up the bridge, but now finds himself in a growing elixir hole behind by almost 4 ticks against Sub as we move closer to sudden death.
I had been wondering if Sub was getting a little too aggressive with his pressure in ways where even if he was getting an elixir advantage, it never felt like he really had an opportunity to make it past the Teslas. But I think he was really just waiting for double elixir, trying to set himself up for double or triple elixir. And now this is really where it starts to get scary for Lucas. It's going to require beautiful defense, and Sub already has another RG. This time it's going to be the Evo RG, so Lucas struggling for this defense.
And uses the Evo snowball to give himself some room and a bit of a reset. Time to get back to a Tesla, and he does. The Evo Tesla with its stun. And that was just a beautiful defense out of Lucas. And knowing that as he was setting up and had a Evo RG coming, made sure he had that Evo snowball ready to give him that breathing room.
Skeletons at the bridge to make sure that the hunter stays within the range. And the rage coming out, it's going to force the Mighty Miner off of the RG. The monk pushing it back, but again, Lucas, perfection on his defense. But still, it feels like every single time it's been perfect from Lucas, and yet Sub still has the lead.
And the Bomber trying to clear some room, and just like that, Lucas opens it up. 1898 on the right-hand side. And you know, one thing, Josh, when you look at at Sub's deck, as these drills become more frequent, he does have some potential challenges with defense. Hunter can do some work against it, guards can do some work, but doesn't have a small spell to clear, and this Royal Giant's going to do a ton of damage. Tesla late, has to snowball to move it all back, so the lead moves right back. And I'm surprised he's going offense on the drill. I thought that drill should have been defensive here out of Lucas.
Yeah, you have to give yourself an opportunity. I understand the thought process for Lucas, but it comes down to your 0.3 elixir away from getting the Tesla down. Had he had that elixir, he would have been able to go defensive. It would have been able to just have one of those crazy photo finishes that we know and love. But instead, the RG put in too much work, got on top of the tower. I think it was an incredible effort from Lucas, though. Every single time Sub, it felt like he was setting up these perfect offensive pushes, and Lucas kept finding ways to defend. It's just the matchup advantage was a little too strong in favor of Sub.
And now this is the second game in a row. We enter game 4 with Lucas down 1 to his opponent after kind of getting a little bit cute in some of the earlier rounds, right? Mohamed, he played the deck against Mohamed in game number 1. That was a little bit funky. Same thing here, kind of a game 2 funk option. And both of those taking L's, and now he finds himself down against the wall here and facing elimination for the remainder of this best of 5. When we look at what Lucas played so far, right? Played the bridge spam deck in game number 1, got the victory there. Then played the Lava Loon in game 2, Drill in game number 3, Barb Barrel gone, Arrows gone, Void, Zap, Curse, now Poison, and Giant Snowball. You know, I'm looking at two things here, Josh. I'm looking at something with lightning, and I'm looking at something that has fireball log or earthquake log. Do you feel like it's too predictable for Lucas to go hog EQ here at this point? Or is that what you do for the longtime veteran?
See, that's why I really want to quickly come back to why I didn't like that in game number 2. Because now we're thinking, oh, he really only has hog EQ left. Of course, I'm going to figure out how I want to defend against that. So that's one of those things that I've been thinking about for a while. But at the end of the day, if you have followed Lucas, you know how talented he is at hog. Doesn't matter what the matchup is, he's going to give himself an opportunity. I love the idea of using hog in game number 4 or game number 5. I don't care. Just give it your best shot. Use one of your best decks, and then see what happens. You can live with the results. I love the idea of using hog.
Subside didn't use a single spell in game number 1. So, except for unless you count the Goblin Barrel, which nobody in their right mind does.
Yeah.
And then game 2 ran the hog EQ deck with Barb Barrel. So Log's still alive for Sub. Fireball gone, the Rage gone after this last one. So some things that are on the board for Sub still. You still have a Mortar deck out there for Sub. We know how good Sub is with Mortar. If he just burned RG, he could get creative and go somewhere in Graveyard. Bridge Spam still available. He has Poison. So very curious if Sub, and he decides to go with Skeleton Barrel, the Evo version.
It's going to be interesting to see what Lucas's deck is, because when I see Goblin Hut, I think of Goblin Hut Poison. Sub on the other side. That is going to be a little too early, I believe, with the Goblin spell. And yeah, no Goblins are really going to spawn out from that. Lucas, so far, running a Little Prince, plus the Wall Breakers, plus the Miner. Okay, I can absolutely live with a Miner deck for game number 4 if I'm a fan of Lucas.
Well, let's see if he can make it work. Similar notes on both sides. So no surprises here that Lucas running Log in this game. You know, a lot of the options he would have faced, Log would have been nice against. One of the small spells he had left. And the Evo Skeleton Barrel pushing on the left-hand side.
So both of them are going to pop on top of the tower, get in the tower, 600 HP worth of damage, a lot to take. Sub going to be able to respond with a zap of his own, but misses a couple of the skellies. Not going to matter too much, but it is going to allow the Little Prince to get a little bit of value, and this actually ended up mattering quite a bit more than I expected.
Kind of a lot of value, actually, and the lead to Lucas, 1864 on that left-hand lane as he pressures one more time with his Skeleton Barrel.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful interaction right there. You
Wow.
can get the Spear Goblin to target that. And the Golden Knight, it always feels like it takes everything out immediately, but the Skeletons are still going to stack up just a little bit and gets the tower down to 1557.
High Spirit Berserker to cover against the Miner, and now in game number 4, as we enter the final 30 seconds of regulation play, Lucas with an early high rocket on all of that. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a prediction or what exactly it was. It was a pretty solid value, though. And Sub, this is going to be tough to get past it. You have the zap, you have the Goblin Curse, but you don't really have anything to take out these Goblin Huts. I'm going to see how he wants to adjust as this game goes on.
You know, another thing about the rocket situation for Sub to contend with is he really has to play this in, like, everything. Start playing everything high on this left-hand side, right? There is going to be no real building any pushes. He can't cycle the cannon cart in the back pretty much ever, right? Otherwise, he'll end up off his wheels, giving a ton of damage. So it does force the fight to take place closer to the bridge.
And right here,
Cannon Court connects. Oh my word. Oh, wow. And has to do a little fanciness to recover from that, does Lucas, but suddenly, and the Golden Knight connects as well. Lucas has to log, and suddenly, Sub has turned a disadvantage into a potential steal and a second finals appearance here in a monthly.
Oh, and if he gets the ability off, that could be game. It
Oh.
is Sub. He's gonna do it. Loses game number 1, game 2, game 3, game 4. Wins them all. Sub with the 3-1 set victory going against Lucas. And smiling. Cheesing hard.
Now, interesting to note here that because Sub already has a silver ticket, he can't get another silver ticket. We didn't call this out earlier, but Sub now going into our final, he's now guaranteed at least a silver ticket to Mohamed Light. If Mohamed Light wins, Mohamed Light will have a golden ticket, Sub will already have a silver ticket, and Lucas will get a silver ticket to the LCQ. So tons of weird implications coming on from here. Either way, congratulations, Sub. Second time in a row making the championship and his second shot at getting a golden ticket.
Yeah. Just incredible set from him. And it really does feel like while Lucas was getting very creative and opportunistic with his decks, Sub just played kind of his decks. He made a couple variations. He used the bar barrel instead of the log, but he didn't even use log in this set entirely. He still had it ready for game number 5. We saw him use bait, hog, RG, and minor skeleton barrel. When you list that off without listing off what exactly all those decks entailed, you just have to think that is a solid set overall. Even if he can get predictive, if you can work on that, make sure that it doesn't happen against Mohamed Light, these are the decks that you should be running if you're playing best of 5s.
Well, to talk about decksmanship here, to use our friend Andrew's favorite term, when you look at going into the 5th and final game, Poison, Lightning, Arrows, and Log all still available, giving Sub lots of really good options. Lots of different good directions going into that final game. And Lucas doing some interesting things as well here, right? Lucas didn't have the log available anymore, but from a big spell perspective, would have Lightning and Fireball, two very different directions, things that would kind of force his opponent into maybe some coin flip territory, not to mention having EQ still available for Lucas. So both of these guys, you can see how they were game planning for the possibility of a 5-game set, of going to that game number 5. And in this case, it was Sub coming out on top and putting the screws to Lucas.
Yeah, just absolute perfection. And then Lucas on the other side, definitely going to have to take a hard look at this monthly final. Because, yes, both of his opponents were very, very talented. Obviously, Sub now making the championship again after last month. And then Mohamed Light. So it's not like he's going to look at the caliber of players and be disappointed in his performance in that way. But he is going to have to take a look at his decks, figure out what he needs to improve on, what worked, what should have worked, and then make sure that he's ready for it. Because, you only get so many chances. This could be his only chance. He needs to make sure that if he gets another one, that he's ready for it.
Well, and I want to call this out too, because it's not just these 2 monthly finals back-to-back where Sub has made the championship match, but the last 3 CRL events, because you have to go back to World Finals last year against Mohamed Light, making it to the championship match, where, of course, Mohamed Light was our champion, and he made it to the top 3 at World Finals. My mistake. Riley was, of course, our runner-up last year, but Sub continuing to make deep pushes into World Finals.
And if he wants to, again, have an opportunity to make another push, he's going to have to not only beat Mohamed Light in a best of 5, he's going to have to do it twice, because he's moving in from the lower bracket. He's going to need to beat him in 2 BO5s to walk away with the golden ticket and $15,000. Mohamed Light sitting pretty, seeing what his opponent was doing in that previous set. And I'm sure both of them, even though Sub has a lot to take care of if he wants to get a golden ticket right here, he's got to be happy with what he's done so far. But hopefully he's not content and not done just yet.
And I'll clarify there that Sub made 4th place in World Finals last year, not 3rd place. But you look at Sub's resume as we now continue along. This is his. Let's see. He had 1 monthly final in 2023. He had 3 in 2024. This is now his 6th monthly final, and now back to back in this one, and back-to-back championship appearances at a monthly final in this one. So Sub starting to put himself in a pretty rare conversation, right? There are not. I don't actually have a list. Maybe we'll get that made for when we start talking about world finals and things like that. Look at everybody. But there's not a lot of players who start getting into past 2 or 3 appearances at a monthly final and start pushing towards that back end of 6, 7, 8 monthly finals appearances. Of course, he just faced one of the guys who's done it. He's facing the guy who's been in more monthly finals than anybody coming up next. But Sub starting to put himself in that higher level conversation.
Yeah, I one of the things that I really kind of want to dive into is how many players have been able to make it to the championship round 2 months in a row. It doesn't matter if you win. It doesn't matter if you finish second. Whatever it was, I would assume the list is short. I would assume it's probably Lucas, Mohamed Light, maybe Basoto, I want to say, but I could easily be wrong on that. And then now Sub. There can't be that many players that have done it back to back.
I want to say Pedro maybe would be in that conversation. Pedro had a couple of really killer runs, so I don't remember if Pedro's in that. I'm trying to go look at the 2024 season of CRL and see what I can pull out from there. But yeah, I know Pedro's made a couple of really good runs at some of those monthly finals, but yeah, I know it's not a lot of people who've done that with any sort of consistency.
Yeah, and it's just crazy how strong Brazil is as a country in this game. I mean, every time we make lists of the top 5, top 10, who was a part of this in the monthly finals and the world finals, half the list belongs to that country. So, very impressive from them.
Of course, the only player to win back-to-back monthly finals without a coach, Lucas winning round 5 and round 6 in 2021. So he is part of that very small group of players, and trying to figure out who else has done anything of that level. I'm going to go take a quick look at Mugi, who in 2023 made the, it's interesting. Mugi has kind of made his bones as a world finalist off of very limited appearances in monthly finals. So in 2022, he qualified off of getting a golden ticket from the Masters Challenge. I want to say that Mohamed Light won that, and he already had a golden ticket, and so that one was for Mugi. He only appeared twice he won Royale Masters that year. So that actually is, I think that's actually the one. Although I don't remember if that was a golden ticket event that year. And then in 2021, he just earned points and qualified in 2021. And then 2023, he made 2 monthly finals. 2024, he made 1 monthly final. And I want to say, I needed to go double check that again, but I want to say that was one of those ones where everyone else already had a golden ticket. And so he got the one that was left at that point. Kind of craziness overall. I'm going to go ahead and try to see if I can confirm that the best that I can, but that was a fun one too.
Yeah, some of my favorite monthly finals were the ones where it's like, and whoever wins this between the 6th and the 5th match will only have to win one more to get the golden ticket. And it provided some very crazy situations where the stream just started when we were already announcing a golden ticket winner.
Yeah, I'm looking the season 3. Let's see, was it season? Which monthly final was it? No, hold on. I'm going to go ahead and find this one for Mugi. So let's see, he got third place but he didn't end up making it in 2024. That's right. So yeah, no, it's kind of been all over the place. But yeah, not a lot of people who've been at this stage. Obviously, on one side of that, we have this conversation of who's done it, who's been there. Mohamed Light has done it multiple times, and I'm honestly at this point maybe a little surprised he's still doing it to a certain degree. I know he's in university, has a lot of things going on, and yet still going, oh no, hey, I'm just going to go ahead and dominate. I need that. I want to cross that $1 million threshold.
I mean, it kills me. When we think of the GOATs of Clash Royale, or let's say the Mount Rushmore, it's like Surgical Goblin, Mohamed Light, Mugi, Morton. Let's say that is your Mount Rushmore. That's just a quick thing. That's not my actual answer.
Sure.
But all of those guys, there's the peak, and then kind of the downhill, and then they still got it. With Mohamed Light, it's just continually peaking. 3 years ago he won, and then he's also won last year, and then he's also winning now. It doesn't make sense. You shouldn't be able to do what he's doing. It gets me riled up because he should be done soon, and he's not. It doesn't make sense.
Well, here we go. Your grand final. Mohamed Light with the chance to secure yet another World Finals appearance. Would be 5 in a row, appearing at all of our solo World Finals. And Sub. Either way, and we'll talk about the points picture at the end of the day some more as we've mentioned. But either way, now with making it into the top 2, Sub is guaranteed 90 points for the second time, which will put him at 180 and firmly in the lead overall for that points leaderboard. And I think that the number 6 player on the points leaderboard is maybe going to have just better than half that points-wise. So he's going to be way ahead of everybody with only 2 more monthly finals left. So either way, my guess is Sub is going to World Finals, whether he wins a golden ticket now or does it by qualifying on points. But, of course, he'd love to just get it sewn up and win that 15K.
Yeah, he has to be feeling absolutely fantastic about his spot. And right there, Mohamed Light going to try the same thing, and this time it works. I saw him mutter to himself, and he said, wow. And I was saying the exact same thing. Put down the Knight on top of the wall breakers. One of them still connected. I don't know if it's what the situation was, but this time defended it properly and no chip damage. And again, we talk about Sub trying not to be predictable. Again, he uses bait in game number 1.
And the same variant, too. He's not changing things up. So just likes this as game 1 for his BO5s. And first graveyard push in for Mohamed. And the Dark Goblin does finally step into the poison. Spears will add a little bit more to it, and that's a pretty significant chunk of damage, plus a swing from the Barbarian.
Yeah, cannot be happy with that. Mohamed Light just trying to make every prediction that he can, even when it's not necessary. He just wants to show you that he could. And right there, that was necessary. Protects his Goblin Hut. And an absolute beauty of a defense and a beauty of an offense. Just putting on a clinic like we're just used to at this point.
Yeah, put this kid on Luigi's box. Our barrel onto the right-hand side in response to the Goblin barrel. I predicted the defense on that one. No worries.
The next Mohamed Light. Whenever you choose.
My thumbs would have to work.
Dark Goblin over the middle, going to be able to take out the Goblin Hut entirely. And so the Bar Barrel does take it out. Has to be worried about the Evo Goblin Barrel. That's exactly what happens. The Witch will be fine. You're going to get a couple chip shots. But Mohamed Light just a little too early on his prediction of the Goblin Barrel coming down.
Into the right-hand side. Dark Goblin just hanging out too far away for Mohamed Light to get any value. Now Poison will come out late. And look at that Skeleton working on the left-hand lane as well. Doesn't matter. Right-hand lane done. Mohamed Light wins game number 1.
Yeah, beautiful recognition of how he wanted to end the game. The witches on opposing sides. You have the Evo witch getting chipped by the tower, but because you put the graveyard down in time, the skeletons are healing up your witch. I mean, just picture perfect. The one thing that I always love with Mohamed Light's gameplay is that, you know, if we had a sandbox mode inside of Clash Royale and you were allowed to pause and then rewind and try and figure out the best placement, 75% of the time that you would have a sandbox mode, it's just following what Mohamed Light does. He gets the exact tile placement. He gets the exact timing down every time without fail, and it is just still so impressive.
Continues to keep that same level and keep it dominating. So, you know, this raises the question for Sub here, is now we're seeing this same opening from him multiple times now, and I'm going to go back and just double check. So he opened with that deck against Vitor. He didn't open with that deck against Ian in the grand final last month. He did end up playing pretty close to it in game 5. He ended that on a goblin on a bait deck. It was a variation with Goblin Hut and the delivery, no skeleton barrel in that one. But yeah, he's been turning to it quite a bit. Three best of 5s out of 4 opening with this deck. I'm very curious your thoughts. Obviously, we'll see the hindsight once we get through everything. But your thoughts on that, especially given now that he might be in a position where he's almost secured World Finals. When do you start going, hey, I'm just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again, A, until someone stops it, but also B, because now I want to appear predictable as we go to Worlds.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look at, but the problem is with Clash Royale, you have a lot of options. You have a lot of answers to very specific things, unless a card is broken. And so when you take a look at a deck like Sub's, where he's using the Valk, the Goblin Barrel, there are 5 or 6 decks that can either counter or hard counter. So you can choose any of those 5 or 6 decks that you think also does well against just an array of his decks. So that's where the problem comes in. It's not you are being predictable, and even if you get somebody, it doesn't actually mean that you're going to have a good matchup. Mohamed Light is still just really good with Evo Witch, Skellies, Ice Spirit, Goblin Hut, Graveyard. So it doesn't do enough, and I think we need to see some changes.
All right, game 2. Mo opens up with the Fire Spirit. Curse will stop it and reverse it.
Flip it and reverse it.
And a bit of a slow start for this one now. Sub maybe trying to weigh his options. But we might be into the very rare in the modern era staring contest, and no, Sub decides we're not going to wait.
Yeah, every once in a while you see it with the Chef decks and the Cannoneer decks. Not super often where you see it with the Princess Towers, and that's why both players electing to play Mohamed Light using the Mighty Miner plus the Fireball. Sub on the other side running the Xyz. So trying to figure out what I believe his deck is going to be, and I still do not know. Still kind of just waiting and to see what he's going to be using.
Ram Rider into the right-hand lane. And Mo opts for the Snowball and Fire Spirit to stop the connection. Sub cycles both his small spells.
Goblin Barrel, or the Goblin Spell, actually got quite a bit more value than I expected. Because of the Goblin Spell, the Spear Goblins were able to survive and force out the guards, so definitely really like that play from Sub. And Sub, I really expected to see Mega Knight be his final card. Not going to be the case. Going to be running the Boss Bandit, Quick Cycle Ram Rider. We don't really see this because it always feels like you need that tank. It's going to be interesting to see as this game goes along if the lack of tank is going to end up hurting him or allowing him to cycle quickly enough to win.
Well, I mean, what kind of role is the Evo Xe going to play in this one, right? With a little bit of tankiness, add in the knockback.
Yeah, the problem is with this matchup, there's nothing to really knock back. The Mighty Miner doesn't get knocked back. When it's used on top of the Goblin Drill, it's still going to get value. This is kind of a nightmare scenario for an Evo Xe deck.
All that gets brought back. Zap trying to slow things down. I like the thought from Mohamed Light of trying to push through with the Evo Snowball. Doesn't get as much from it, so we go to sudden death overtime. Mohamed with the 1 game lead and 600-ish damage in that right-hand lane.
Sub cycling the Evo Xe in the back, trying all sorts of angles to try and get through. Does force out the Mighty Miner on the left side, so that can be pretty interesting to see how that ends up affecting things. And we've got a push going. Evo Xe plus the Ram Rider, it's going to do something.
And forces the snowball out from Mohamed Light to make sure that connection doesn't happen. 90 seconds left, and Sub now back to the drawing board trying to figure out how does he get into the second level.
Goes in with the Evo Cannon, going to be able to take everything out. And elects to protect his Goblin Demolisher. I was wondering if he wanted to go in with the drill on the left side. Just wants to play defense, defense, defense. And right there does miss the fireball because of the activated ability.
Ghost on the left-hand side will require some attention. Cannon comes down to pull both. Mighty Miner does distract the Ghost. And Mohamed Light's defense continues to be pitch perfect. And now he decides to go on the offensive.
The double Goblin Demolisher pushes are just so unbelievably powerful. The Ghost goes invisible. That allows the Goblin Demolisher to lock onto the Xe. And another Goblin Demolisher trying to take it out. Wow, these Xe's just not getting any value whatsoever.
Evo Snowball to roll all of it back. Drill puts the discussion over back on Sub's side. And Sub just going to kind of slowly bleed. Mohamed Light, patient as always, and now 1 win away from what we expect to say is Mohamed Light with the golden ticket.
Yeah, I mean, just gorgeous offense, gorgeous defense. And the thing is, like, it can be so... Mohamed Light just doesn't make any mistakes. I don't even know what I just watched right there. There was really 3 offensive pushes coming in from him. Watching him play these kind of decks, the minor decks, the drill decks, where your opponent doesn't have a big spell, they're long. They feel like 6-minute matches when he plays them.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, just not trying to press the action any more than needs to. But that's also a big recipe for success, right? One of the if you want to throw back, talking about your Mount Rushmore, going back to Surgical Goblin in the kind of run he was put on in 2017, gave a really famous interview talking about how everybody else was over-defending and overspending on defense, trying to really crush that defense and then push the opposite direction, but they would overextend themselves. Mohamed Light has taken that concept one step further where it's just you're never overextending, right? You're just play the whole, think about the whole 5 minutes when you're playing and not about the minute that's in front of you. And so spending efficiently on defense, but also just spending enough on offense to maintain a lead and never trying to hit the knockout blow, just trying to win games. And that's a very important difference in mentality.
Yeah, it's just so impressive to watch his gameplay. And when we think about other players, how they can fall off and not be able to compete at the highest level. It's just because like even as great as some of them are, they're like great for their time. Mohamed Light is just plain old great.
Sure.
We're gonna look. He could stop playing today, look 5 years into the future, and then people are gonna be just playing like him. And they, it's just so crazy what he's been able to accomplish and what he has taught the community, just inside this game of Clash Royale.
So Sub needing to get a full 3-game reverse sweep on Mohamed Light to keep his golden ticket hopes alive, and if he could even do so, would have to win 3 more games against Mohamed Light because he is the lower bracket champion, Mohamed Light not having lost a match yet in this monthly final. That's going to be quite the mountain to climb if he can do it. So we'll wait and see if he has any such ability. Now, again, for everybody here, nobody in this group has a golden ticket yet, so if Sub is able to do that and get the win, Sub will get the golden ticket and a trip directly to World Finals, and also remove himself from the leaderboards as far as qualifying for World Finals go. Opposite direction, if Mohamed Light does it, he will win the golden ticket. Same thing, make another spot on those 6 leaderboard spots. But also, since Sub already has a silver ticket to the Last Chance qualifier later this year, that would mean the silver ticket that he would get would drop down to Lucas. So Lucas looking at this one, hoping that Mohamed Light wins for a couple of reasons. One, for his buddy to get a trip to go to World Finals, but 2, it would at least lock in a silver ticket for Lucas and a chance at the LCQ.
Yeah, it's so funny how it always kills me how these top competitors, these top 5 players, top 10 players in the world celebrate when Mohamed Light wins a monthly final when they're not playing in it. They are so happy. They're only rooting for him because they know just how dangerous he is. Game 3 on its way. Can Mohamed Light get the sweep? Will Sub take game 3 and force a game 4? Let's find out here.
Mighty Miner guards for Sub. Oh, interesting. Getting a clarification on this one. If Mohamed Light wins the golden ticket, Sub's extra would go to Lucas for being the 3rd in this place. But if Sub wins the golden ticket, his old silver ticket would go to the player who got 3rd in the event where he earned it. So if Sub somehow wins the golden ticket, his silver ticket would go to Vitor, who got 3rd place in that event. So that's fascinating information.
Yeah, a lot of and I mean, just think how crazy it's gonna get once we reach those final months of the monthly finals. Here, though, Mohamed Light running his patented Miner plus Tesla plus Little Prince. This is something that he rarely, if ever, loses with. So it's going to be very hard, but we're going to see what Sub has ready for Mohamed Light.
And Mighty Miner switches the field. Log to clear, doesn't do much. Little Prince going to take the Firecracker off the board. Rocket to clear the Tesla. No combination, though. Mohamed Light not able to get enough elixir to get the Guardian out in front of the Little Prince. So it gets rocket value alone.
And then right there, that's a net 5 for net 5 between Sub and Mohamed Light when they got their pushes. The Miner plus Rocket with the Tesla defended. And the difference between the rocket damage and the earthquake damage was just so massive. Sub trying a lot of different things, but I think it's got to do something with Firecracker chip damage. I just don't know how you do that. It's just such perfect defense coming from Mohamed Light every time.
Valk up high. Princess staying alive. Evo Firecracker will clear her off the board. So as we go into sudden death overtime, Mohamed Light plenty of elixir and just already playing the rocket cycle game.
Yeah, pretty shocking with all those troops coming down the field still thinking that it was okay for him to use the rocket like this. And he's going to defend with the rocket as well. With the Earthquake, that might get a second shot, but no, only gets one shot from the Firecracker.
18-17, 15-55. Miner to the back. Guards get their shields ripped off. And forcing Sub to play the right lane. This is the thing that Mohamed Light really is going to like here. And he is just ripping these rockets onto tower.
Yeah, no regard for anything besides just getting as much chip damage as he possibly can. Valk not going to be able to bring over the Firecracker, so the Firecracker is going to get a little bit of chip damage. No log in cycle for Mohamed Light, so some sort of push, but right there, beautiful E-Spirit chains on top of the Firecracker.
Well, and you just see the way that Mohamed sees the various options, right? He knew that even though he might not be in a good Tesla situation for that hog, he had Evo Valk. So the number of different defenses he has, he'll have something here. He'll have Tesla for this one. Yep, Evo Tesla up high, able to rocket cycle. And this is just absolute shutdown city because of the wide variety of options he has. The victory rocket, and Mohamed Light does it once again. Yet another monthly final, yet another golden ticket for the Pharaoh, two-time world champion and owner of a very, very nice-looking cat.
Yeah, congratulations to Mohamed Light. 3-0 on the day. Has to feel just incredible with his gameplay. I mean, we saw the win rate at the beginning of the day showing 93.75. Did it improve? I think he lost one, won 8. No, so I think it would have gone down in that scenario to only 92%. It is incredible what he's able to do. How quickly he recognizes every single matchup and what you're supposed to do in those scenarios. We saw it in this matchup. As soon as it hit double elixir, rockets were flying on top of the crown towers. Just absolutely gorgeous from Mohamed Light. And I'm so happy he's in another World Finals. I can't wait to see this in person on the center stage.
It's going to be such a blast. Our world finalists now, Ian77 and Mohamed Light, both locked in. And as you can see on screen here, we mentioned beforehand, Mohamed Light winning the golden ticket. Since Sub already has a silver ticket, the silver ticket from this event will drop down to Lucas, who is now guaranteed a spot in the Last Chance qualifier if he does not qualify for World Finals by some other method. So we'll definitely be seeing Lucas with lots of opportunities at that World Finals berth. And of course, we'll get a look at the points leaderboard here in just a little bit, but he also added some significant points to his total. Same for Sub as well. But all eyes once more on Mohamed Light, who played such an unbelievably clean tournament. Ended up with the first round bye and beat Mugi 2-0, then Katashian 2-0, then Lucas 2-1, and then now takes a 3-1 against Lucas, and then now takes a 3-0 win against Sub, dropping one game at a monthly final. Is Mohamed Light. What a wild performance yet again. But what else should we expect, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, this is Mohamed Light. The fact that we're talking in the second monthly final about, yes, he made the World Finals. This is unheard of for us. Every single year prior, it's just, all right, month 1 is over. Mohamed Light got his golden ticket. Now we can have some fun with everybody else and see who makes it. It's when we think of Clash Royale competition, it's Mohamed Light and then everybody else. He showcased why today. And it's super exciting to see that he's making it back to the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is vintage Mohamed Light and a tremendous performance to get it done. And you think about you're talking, Josh, about the people have their eras, have their moments. You put in the fact that the game has changed so much. The 2021 game is not the same as the 2025 game and the variations in between. So you think about people who had their moments where Surgical Goblin was really, really good at that. I mean, he's still a very good player, but was
Absolutely.
really good at a certain version of Clash Royale. And then same thing with Ruben, who we saw in this monthly final, but who was the best in the world at a version of Clash Royale. And I wonder, kind of when you think about it, how much of it is there's what the game is like at that moment versus you peaking and having that dedication, that drive, things like that. Almost the Clash Royale chicken or the egg. What do you think are how do you weigh those two factors? Your style and your commitment versus where the game is and how it relates to your style of play?
You know, I think for Mohamed Light specifically, one of the only limiting factors to his success was age at one point. He wasn't old enough to compete.
Sure.
The thing is, as soon as he came into the scene, and I was actually talking about it with my former coach from Immortals and Space Station Gaming. I'm talking about trainer Luis, and he was saying we tried out Mohamed Light. We had a problem which didn't allow him onto the team, but he was saying that he knew as soon as we had a practice and Mohamed Light went like 12-0 against me, that Mohamed Light was going to be great. And it's just with him, he's just a different case study. You can't put it into words how talented he is and how above everybody else he is.
Sure. I mean, also a hard carry for a Kicks team that didn't end up making it to the later stages back in 2020. But we were already seeing shades of that greatness early on when he was playing in the East in 2020. So long time, but able to stay relevant for now. I mean, the only time second place at Worlds in 2021, won it in 22. 2023 was the weirdest was the weird cheese meta, and we saw him get bounced kind of early in that one. And then of course there was
and I think he still finished sixth.
Yeah, he still finished pretty high. There was also the deck list or the progression sheet mishap where he went up with the wrong preparation for the player he was playing against, and then the win in 2024, and now here we go, 2025. He's going to be guaranteed one of the 12 at World Finals. The only player who really comes to mind as being that consistently great over different variations of the game is also a guy who never won a World Finals in Morton, who was an MVP level player in 2018 and 2019 and 2020, and then World Finals ended up being second at Worlds in 2022. So it's very few people who can do this at that skill level over multiple eras. And guys, we're waiting here. We're waiting to get Mohamed Light ready for an interview. We're gonna chat a bit with our champion in just a little bit. But don't forget, folks, that this is halfway point for our monthly finals. We still have 2 more remaining. So if you haven't yet, subscribe to this channel and turn on notifications so that you don't risk missing out on our remaining monthly finals and, of course, our last chance qualifier. And then we hope that some of you, I know that this is, our last 3 World Finals were all in Helsinki, in the heart of Supercell and all things Clash Royale. But this year, obviously, World Finals not in Helsinki, going to be at DreamHack in Atlanta, and we hope that as many of you as you can come join us there. It's going to be a very different vibe being part of DreamHack and being in that whole giant esports universe. Josh, I know you're probably pretty excited about getting back to stateside, but also a very different environment for a CRL World Finals.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see how it changes, what it changes. You have to assume that it's going to be a lot easier for a lot of different people that want to go to these World Finals. Sometimes it was just a little too out of the way, and now there's an opportunity for new viewership, new people to go to that, and then obviously just a new city in general. With it not like. There's so many different things. And honestly, for the last, ever since we were told the information of it not being in Finland, my heart's been kind of hurting because
Sure.
I love Finland. I love going there every single time. But then as soon as you started talking about it, I was like, wait a second, this is going to be incredible. There are so many new opportunities that we haven't really had the opportunity to do, because when I was doing my first monthly final or my first World Finals, it was during COVID. So
Yeah.
even though it was in the States, even though it was in Los Angeles, it still wasn't the real thing. This is my first time that I'm really getting to be a part of an event that's in the United States, and it's quite exhilarating.
And you can get tickets. I don't know if I believe the tickets are just the DreamHack tickets because I just went and checked myself for the DreamHack.com/Atlanta/Clash Royale for the World Finals information, and I clicked grab your tickets. You can buy multiple day tickets, 3-day tickets. You can buy. I think there are also potentially single day. Yes, there are 1-day tickets as well. So you get access to DreamHack overall, which has so much cool stuff going on, including you can get bring your own computer or bring your own stuff.
What?
You can bring your own PC and console. There's power. There are tickets where you can rent a gaming chair at your own table space for the weekend, so you can come and play and then come and check out CRL World Finals. It's going to be such a different event than we've ever had before. And it's going to be in one of the more exciting cities in the U.S. in Atlanta. If you haven't been, it's absolutely a beautiful part of the country, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I suggest that many of you go and start making your plans now, because I am personally pretty excited for this one. And guys, I know that I haven't looked at the chat at all today, by the way. Many of you may have been, I don't know if you've said the word yapping today. My guess yapping has been said a lot. We are trying to buy some time. Mohamed Light's trying to connect to the call so that we can bring him in here for an interview. So as soon as we have him, we'll bring him back out here for it. Josh, you've been kind of all over the world now for Clash Royale. Do you have a list in your head of all the places that you've gone for a competitive Clash Royale event? Let's start in 20. You played in 2016. You're one of the OGs. Where'd you go in 2016?
2016, while it was really fun, it was just to Los Angeles like 3 or 4 different times. I got the opportunity to take my mom the first time that I was there. But then I also got to take one of my classmates, one of my best friends. Like, I've known him since I was 6 or 7 years old, and I got to take him with me to the tournament. So that was a lot of fun. Fast forward either the next year or the year after, there was like a King's Cup event that was held in Atlanta, Georgia. So I've already been to Atlanta. This is going to be pretty amazing for me. I did like SXSW, which was held in Texas. The year after that, I went to Japan. Year after that, China, and then several times to Finland as a commentator. So I've been very blessed, very lucky to have visited some incredible places.
Yeah, no, we kind of all over the world here, and I've similarly gotten to go to a lot of those places with you for major Clash Royale events. Still working on getting Mohamed Light in here for the interview, folks. So hold your horses for when we can get him in for this one. So you didn't go even as a spectator for London in 2017.
No, because so it's a 2-part question.
Sure.
The first answer is that, when I was really just starting out, it's like, all right, this is just a video game that I'm going to play and nothing's going to come about from this, but this is going to be a lot of fun. And so if I'm not getting invited, I wasn't a creator in any way at the time, so I didn't get any sort of invitation. But then the second part is, and I have this on my Twitch when I stream, where you can use channel points to hear the story.
Sure.
But I'll complain about when I broke my middle finger, and then I misclicked because of it, and then I lost to Music Master, and so I got to see him have all the success, and I was jealous.
And we do finally have our monthly champion here, Mohamed Light. Mo, great to see you. It's only been a few months since the last time we saw you. And first, congratulations on his performance. Where do you put the meaning of a performance like today in the overall conversation of your Clash Royale career?
Well, first of all, hello everyone. Happy to be here again. I haven't done an interview in some time since the World Finals was quite some time ago. It was like eight months ago. Anyway, I'm very, very happy and proud to win again because I didn't really do very good in the last two competitions. So this win means a lot to me, and I'm happy. And of course, I dedicate this win to my late father. I am sure that he's proud and watching me right now.
Yeah, that's something we were all devastated for you and your family to hear, and I know that we saw lots of well wishes for you and the rest of your family after that loss, and you know that we all stand with you, of course. When you know that you brought it up, it does raise a question. How how was your preparation like for this event? So much going on personally and amongst your family. I feel like it would be difficult to find the ability to focus and prepare for this, or did that in any way give you some more motivation for success in this event?
Oh, actually, as you said, it gave me a lot of motivation to succeed because I don't know, it was just that driving power that made me go like, okay, well, I need to lock in now, and because like it's such a big loss that I need something to be a bit happy about. So I think that was a big part to success this month.
Well, we're all obviously super happy for your success this month. With you and your Clash Royale knowledge here, let's move it to a Clash Royale focused question. This is the first time that we've had BO5s at this level and best of fives in full on duels. Tell me about a little bit about what you took away from the best of fives you had today. And Josh and I were having lots of conversations related to kind of the game planning that changes for a potential game five out on the landscape.
Well, it's actually much different than a BO3. It takes way more strategy because the possibility of decks goes beyond the limit that what we were used to. Just it's maximum three decks. Now it's a maximum five decks. Um, it was also my first time playing a BO5 in competitive, so it felt very different. But I think Alan was prepared for this, even though we didn't really practice it much. But I'm glad he did well today, I think.
So the World Finals are going to be held in a different spot than you're used to. Do you expect the crowd to be a lot different? Do you think that's going to change how you play in any way? Do you think it gives you any sort of advantage because you've been all over the world? Where does switching it up change things for you?
To be honest, I'm not really concerned about the crowd, audience, or anything like that. I'm more concerned about getting the visa to go there in the first place, to be honest. So hopefully that goes well.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that we'll have difficulty proving that you are a unique talent in this game, Mohammed. Obviously, you've got kind of quite the resume for it. To wrap things up, unless Josh, you have another question behind that one. To
Nope, I
wrap
have my
thing
one.
to wrap things up with this conversation, obviously this format kind of opens up the field a little bit. We've seen some of the players rising up. Do you have any kind of predictions for how the rest of this season plays out and what you expect to see at World Finals this year?
This is a very hard question to answer because, well, it's difficult to predict who's like gonna do well and stuff. But um, like when it gets to the BO5, in my opinion, I feel like usually it's like more fair than a BO3. I think because you have more chances to recover. Like when it's a BO3, you only have two games and you're out. But at least with BO5, you have more chances. So I kind of like that. I think. I don't know. Well, I think we already saw some new players this month, like GRX retired. So that's probably gonna happen more, which is good. It means the format isn't like old, I guess.
And then one more from the best of five side. Besides you and working with Alan, who do you think gets the biggest buff out of adding those BO5 sets from the field as you see it?
Oh, so me or Alan? You mean?
No, well, you and Alan obviously thriving in the best of five. I'm sure the conversation and planning deck by deck. But who else in the Clash Royale competitive field do you think starts getting
Oh,
gets more powerful with this best of five set?
I think Joseph ETS is a good shout since he got second place last month with Sub as well, so he definitely knows how to manage a BO5. Seems, I think he's probably one of the best at this.
Well, we're hoping to see maybe some more of you in sub, and we'll take a look at some of that playoff picture as we get closer to it. Mohamed Light, again, best wishes from the entire community for you and your family at this time, and we're all looking forward to seeing you at World Finals this year in Atlanta. And that's it for our day today. Josh, we only have one more thing to do before we sign off on this monthly final, and that's give away our final viewership reward. Josh, take us to it.
That's right. You have earned it sitting with us, enjoying your Sunday with us. We had the lucky drop, the 2-star lucky drop, and in my opinion, the most important thing, the wizard emote. All you got to do is scan the QR code, make sure that you're logged in properly, and it will be added to your account. And I gotta say, what a great Sunday for all the people at home, for Mohamed Light to achieve what he achieved, and for us to just be a part of it. It's just so great to talk about Clash Royale once again.
Yeah, it's an absolute blast, and Josh, happy to do this alongside you, and we have a lot more left. We have 2 more monthly finals coming our way. We have the Last Chance qualifier, and then, of course, World Finals as well. And I know we're giving you a little extra time here to get that QR code. You can pause the screen if you want to make sure you get it. I already collected my emote. I just did it right now as I'm sitting here talking with y'all. So go ahead and grab it. It actually is pretty fire, pun intended, for this one. And just checking on one thing with our production before we finish up our day. Josh, DreamHack Atlanta World Finals. We're going to have Ian77. We're going to have Mohamed Light, and we're going to look at the leaderboard here in just a moment as they finish tuning it up. This is already shaping up to be a pretty stat card.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really nice to see Ian on the big stage at the World Finals event. Been a huge fan of his content, but a huge fan of him as a player, as a person. He's a really good motivator to hit the gym. It's incredible what he's been able to lift as of late. And then obviously Mohamed Light, we know him, we love him. So yeah, starting off with 2 incredibly strong players that they're just the players that you want to see. And we have more players that are in the positions to give themselves opportunities. And all those players, we've talked about them, the Basotos, the Subs, the Lucases, and right there, I mean, we take a look at the leaderboards, the Katashians, Ian, Mugi, Vitor, Sandbox. These guys are all guys that you want to see at the World Finals. And I so far, it's been going exactly what I expected and exactly how I like to see this.
And taking a look, you mentioned Sub currently top of our points leaderboard at 180. Mohamed Light right behind him at 160. And keep in mind, though, Mo and Ian both have already won their golden tickets. The top 6 of this leaderboard at the end of the season will qualify for World Finals. If we ended today, it would be Sub, Lucas, Katashian, Mugi, Vitor, and Sandbox qualifying based on points, alongside the golden tickets of Ian and Mohamed Light. And then the 7 through 14 will qualify to make it to the silver ticket event. And that also you have Aslan, Igor, Adriel, Ali, Basoto, and Wallace. But I believe you have to remove some of the people who are silver ticket winners. So right now, Sub and Lucas are both silver ticket winners. And that, again, will add back in Ardan, Toas, and Ta as LCQ attendees. So as these golden and silver tickets get awarded throughout the year and people earn more and more points, that leaderboard will shift and change, and the conversation will get tighter and tighter near the end. Josh, it's been a blast, but it's time for us to wrap up this show. Big thanks to you. Excited to be back in the booth with you as well. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes making the CALALAS Cup happen. I know we have these community events, and it's a different team putting on each one of these monthly finals, and the CALALAS team has done a phenomenal job with this one. So big thanks to everyone there, especially Clint running the show in the background. Appreciate you. And, of course, thanks to everyone at Supercell and the Clash Royale team for making CRL possible. That's it for today. That's Joshua Sharon. I'm Rich Slayton. We'll see you here next month for more Clash Royale League.